Good morning, everybody. You are tuned to Computers 2K now on the Nissan Communications Network. I'm Amnon, your host for the next few hours, along with Mike.
Yeah, and good morning. Boy, is it morning.
Good morning.
I'll be back in about an hour.
That's all right. I thought maybe we'll just take it easy for an hour since most people are still asleep and start the actual show at 10 and just tell jokes until 10 or something like that.
I thought we weren't going to get political.
Okay.
Speaking of jokes.
Our number, by the way, Spence is in Florida for his another mother memorial for the part of the family that's down there. Bruce is, what is Bruce doing?
Playing music.
He's playing music. But he's listening. And
on Stitcher.
On Stitcher. Good morning, Nick. Our number is 919-518-9773, Computers 2K Voice on Skype. And this morning's show again is being brought to you by that VidBlaster guy, Tom Sinclair, at www.thatvidblasterguy.com. Nick, I thought you were going to video in. Maybe he still looks sleepy, so he doesn't want to.
He's probably going to drink his black coffee.
Yeah.
Which would wake me up.
So you said, speaking of politics, what?
You were talking about jokes, and I said I thought we weren't going to talk about politics.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about politics.
Nah.
Nah.
Might as well talk about the weather. We can do just about as much about it.
Did I send you that picture where it says that going into McDonald's and thanking Ronald McDonald for a great burger? No. How does it go? No. Thanking Obama for catching bin Laden is like walking into McDonald's, thanking Ronald McDonald for a great burger. Says it's the guy that flipped the burger that you need to thank, not the other clown.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're not going to get into politics.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not.
Okay, we're not.
No, we're not. We'll get an email from some nasty out in Arizona or wherever he is.
I miss those emails.
Yeah, I know it. At least you know he's listening.
That was one part of the day that it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Good morning, Alan. And everybody at there are a bunch of people that are up.
Yeah, what are you guys doing up so early?
I know it's this is something. You have no business being up at this time of day. We have to. You don't. But we're glad you're here.
We don't have to. I mean, we do it out of dedication.
So, let's see what I got here. We were talking last week about the Yahoo CEO that says no more
working from home.
And actually, she had some good reasons.
Let's hear it.
So it's a Business Insider and All Things D are reporting that Yahoo CEO Marissa Mayer's decision to ban telecommuting was data-driven. As you'd expect out of the former Google exec, after spending months frustrated at how empty Yahoo parking lots were, Mayer consulted Yahoo's VPN logs to see if remote employees were checking in enough. Despite all the outrage and flack she's getting from those outside the companies for the move, some ex-employees are praising the decision, citing abuse, slacking off, and general unavailability for folks working from home. So I guess people were just getting, hey, we're working from home, we can go to the beach kind of attitude. And in that case, I'm all with her.
Certainly. I mean, they ought to be technically sophisticated enough to determine who is abusing the system and who is not. And the reason as I said before, I would not want to work from home all week. I've done it before. I don't like it. I do work from home one day a week, and it is an excellent mix into it. It provides a little variety. There are things that I can do when I'm sitting here by myself, no one else in the house. It's amazingly quiet. No one here, no interruptions, no distractions. I mean, it's great. And in the office, I mean, you're in an environment where there are plenty of people around. There's always noise. There's a meeting. Somebody always has a question. That's the purpose of everyone working in the same location. That's what it's there for. I think if you can get the right mix, it's worthwhile. But there's no question in my mind that some people will abuse the system.
Yeah.
That being said, now, if they're abusing the system, what does that mean? That means that their work is not getting done. They don't have enough work to do. You're not properly managing them to know whether they are abusing the system.
I think that's the thing.
Well, then that sounds more like a management issue to me.
Well, so at this point, I would think that she says everybody come in, and then as they are being at work, they start letting them go back home if everything is okay. I mean, that she didn't do it just arbitrarily. She looked at all the logs to see if they're coming in. I mean, if they're checking in, if they're doing work and all that. And apparently found out, hey, this is not happening.
Because it's really interesting. And I noticed this over the last couple of weeks, I am much more responsive to email when I'm working from home than I am in the office. The reason being is that the stuff that I do on Fridays is the quiet work where I'm particularly reading, and some of the stuff you have to read. A friend of mine says I have ADD. I don't think so. I think I'm just too easily distracted. And when I'm sitting here quiet, I can just breeze right through it. But then when an email comes in, I'm sitting right here. All I have to do is turn around and respond to that email. So it all depends on whether you try to abuse the system. And it's like anything else. Whenever you have those people, and I don't know if it's a little number or a big number, but when people abuse the system, they mess it up for everyone.
Right. Yeah, that's what happened in this case. I'm sure that it's probably not the majority of people that, because I mean I find it hard to believe that people that have a job today, that they will jeopardize it by slacking off and not doing your job and all that, thinking that it's going to you'll be able to last it until you retire like that. You're going to be, you're irresponsible if you do that. And I don't.
But my opinion is, anyone who is going to slack off, if they're given the option to work from home, and not everyone takes it, but if you're given that option and you abuse it, you're probably the same person who's going to abuse the company sitting at your desk anyway.
Or you would try. I mean, it's harder to do it sitting at your desk, but
I don't know.
There are other people watching.
I don't know about that. I mean, it depends on the office layout and what your responsibilities are.
True.
I mean, if you can't tell whether people are working from home, then how are you going to tell what they're doing at their desk? I mean, you could sit there and grab a book and look like you're reading it and put a magazine in it. I mean, there are all sorts of stupid tricks that people can do, which to me would make it a horrible, horrible day to have to sit there and to pull a scam all day long just to bide time to get to the end of the day. I mean, there has to be a better way to live life than doing that. And if you don't like your job, get the heck out of it and go find something you like.
Well, it's in this type of market, that's kind of hard to do.
Okay, so it takes longer.
Yeah, well.
I mean, big deal. I waited till I was 38 years old to start on my second career.
And you're still working on it.
And one of these days I'm going to get it. You just hang on. I don't understand. I mean, my wife works for the government, and she gets paid nothing. The benefits are dismal. She only gets like 3/4 credit because she's considered temporary, even though she's been there 20 years, because of the way the government plays some games on those sorts of things. But you know what? She absolutely loves her job.
Yeah, and that's when companies and even the government, I'm sure her supervisor appreciates that, because she must be doing a great job.
Well, some do, some don't. She had one who didn't.
Yeah, that's a shame, because people that love their job do a better job.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I can't. I'll tell what after some people change jobs and there's no way of getting any feedback from their employers. I'll tell some of the other stories. I've said in the last year I'm thinking about doing my own podcast called "Take This Job and Shove It."
Yeah,
and it's actually a serious topic. It's not that all the jobs are bad, and they are not. And the biggest thing wrong with most jobs is the employee, not the employer. Because you as an employee, whenever you need a job, you grab that job, you go and you get to work, you get there and you find out, oh no, this was a mistake. Well, that's your fault. You should have done your homework ahead of time. Unless your new employer actively conceals information that you learn after you get there, you let your emotions and your need for a paycheck outweigh your common sense and judgment. There's a lot to it. And again, once you get there, there are companies that treat their employees horribly. My wife's employers treat her, they treat her great. I just think that the pay structure leaves a lot to be desired whenever you want someone with a college education to be as hardworking and dedicated as the state does for people working in her position. But I mean, I've tried to get her to quit. I'd rather her stay home. But she loves her job. I believe I'm not going to go too deep into this, but I believe she would honestly take her whole paycheck and hire someone to take care of the house to stay down there and do her job if she really got tired of like the home responsibilities that she does and so forth. So.
Yeah, but if she's not going to be happy staying at home because she wants to do stuff, I mean, you can be happy at home for a week or 2 or 3, and then what do?
Yeah, well.
It's just like people that retire. I don't understand this. Oh, yeah,
what?
I can go fishing. Well, go. Everybody that I know that retired ended up getting a job after a while because, okay, now what else do I do? So I fixed the sink, and I mowed the grass, and I did this, and I went fishing, and, okay, now I'm bored. People don't think about it.
I've thought a lot about that myself. I think that, and for people who don't know, you work for yourself. If you don't like where you work, you just go look in a mirror. That's your fault. But that being said, I do work for a company, and I'm very, very fortunate to work for a great company, a great opportunity. But it didn't happen overnight, and it happened quite by happenstance. So sometimes you just it's just dumb luck that hits you, and you hopefully are wise enough and attentive enough to be able to take advantage of it. And thankfully I was. But as far as retirement is concerned, I've thought for a long time that maybe about age 60, 61, 62, somewhere in there where you have probably done as much growing up as you're going to do, when you're starting to think about what's left, you ought to take a 1-year sabbatical. If you can work it out with your employer or in your business or some way where you can go out and get bored, you should do it.
Yeah, I mean, and if you can work with your employer, that's a great thing. And sometimes for the employer, it's a great thing too. Let's see. Who do we have online? Good morning.
Emma.
Yeah.
Aram. What's up, boy?
Who's this?
Aram. What's up, boy?
We can't understand what you're saying.
It's Param. How are you?
Param.
How are you, Amnon?
I'm fine, but why are you breaking up?
I don't know. Maybe I'm on the road.
Oh, okay. What's happening, Param?
So let me add to the Marissa Mayer whole ordeal that a lot of people seem to have missed. One, before she came in, prior CEOs knew of the problem that she had to make a decision on, that they did nothing about. And that has been documented in articles as well.
Mm-hmm.
Two, when she got there, apparently the daycare center for, when people want to bring their kids to work and they have a daycare center, it wasn't, well, she staffed it, beefed it up, made it better. And with her own money, she actually converted an area in her office for nursery because she had her kid, and at times she would bring her kid to work as well. So, not only did she have the data, but prior CEOs before her actually had this data, and they knew of the problem there. And this is something that had to be made as a decision, and she made it.
So they chose not to do anything about it back then.
Prior CEOs.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
So a lot of people screaming and hollering, she's anti, work at home. That wasn't really necessarily the case. And also, they are, I guess I'm safe to say this, they're an internet company, right?
Right.
And so, there's a need to have the people there at times to collaborate. And I also have a sneaky suspicion, just from reading the various articles when it came out at the time, that there were situations that came about of which, like a meeting, and is this project done, and why isn't it done, right? And if you're depending upon people who are at home and who remain home, how can you really get, quite a bit of those projects done if it's necessary for the people to really get up together?
Well,
not every job is suitable for work from home. If you are in an environment that needs to be with other people on a project or a team, then that job never should have been considered for work at home. I'm aware of people, extremely well-educated people, PhDs, highly technical areas. These guys are really at the top of their game. One guy works for a company in Seattle, and he lives in Arizona. Now, he would have a problem if his company says, sorry, no more work from home. And he's very, very productive. His output is very measurable. I certainly respect the CEO's right to say that no more work from home if they choose to do it that way. That's perfectly fine. That's their prerogative, and they will live or die by the results they get from making that decision. Time will tell. If let's just theoretically say, and this again is all part of my amazement at the way some companies operate, but let's just say for the moment that Yahoo has some really star performers who honestly flourished by being able to work at home. Now, forget the people who take advantage of the system. Assume that the normal model. Let's suppose that there's one person, for example, or multiple people who work extremely well in that environment. Now they've got to go into the office and they say, you know what? I'm just not at the top of my game. It's not working as well for me. This is not optimum. I need to look elsewhere. If there is this loss of talent or this brain drain from the company as a result of that policy, then I'm not so sure the policy is going to get all of the benefit that the CEO hopes to obtain from it.
That's true, too.
That could be. But, we're talking about someone who is pretty well known in the tech industry, who is taking over a company that finally it looks like that they had actually made some money, granted, not a whole lot, but she would also herself, bring in quite a bit of talent also.
Well, as understood, but again, I wonder, and I'm not questioning her decision. I mean, again, that's I've thought several times about making similar changes about for a number of reasons, just thinking it through. But what what I wonder is, and I don't know the answer to the question, but were other things tried, such as ways of measuring productivity, ways of measuring maybe with this VPN thing, measuring participation, and start terminating people whom you are able to determine are abusing the system? That may be enough to straighten up the people who may have a tendency to not do what they're supposed to do. I don't think that. I guess what I was saying a while ago, and this is the old guy in me, but I guess what I was saying a while ago is if people are going to abuse the system, and it sounds harsh, but in a way they're stealing from the company. They're getting paid for time that they're not working for the company and they're not producing for the company. That's a character issue. I don't think saying that, okay, you have to come into the office now and not work from home, I don't think that fixes a character issue. I think that's a prophylactic approach to solving a bigger problem, is what I was saying.
I think in several of the articles they pointed out, if you look at how they have redone Flickr and the team that does Flickr, a good deal of that team actually came to the office, and they were able to collaborate very strongly, and they were able to completely redo Flickr in a more efficient way so that it would be a product that they're able to offer, that they hope that some people will pay the $25 a year fee for extra benefits of Flickr. That would be a payoff. And so in a couple of the articles, they kind of pointed to that. The next area was, I guess, the email or their mobile email team as well, and how they, as a team, a good deal of those people, a good number, but not as high as the Flickr team, were in-house and worked really hard to get a lot of things done.
There's no doubt in my mind that there are certain projects, certain attitudes, certain things that will certainly be better off by having a group of bodies together in the same place. No question in my mind that that's true. I would be willing to bet that you could also find the same story where people were allowed to work from home for a week or 2 weeks or 1 day a week or something, and the increase in productivity was greater than they had imagined or even anticipated. And the reason I say that is that Bruce was saying that he had a guy on his team who was completely worn out. His productivity and compensation had dwindled. He took 4 weeks off, came back with a vengeance, and now he's crushing it. But that exactly illustrates the point that I would make, in that, let me give it by example. You may recall they used to call the background music when you go into a restaurant or a store, used to be called Muzak generically, and it used to be a company that provided Muzak. It was like saying Google it. It's Muzak. It's background music. What Muzak did some research many years ago, and what they found is that whenever they went into a business, and I believe they said in this one test it was a factory, they found out that when that factory added Muzak background service, the productivity of the workers measurably increased. The great sales figure. Then somehow they also learned that after a period of time, and I don't know if this was a month, a year, or what it was, but after a period of time, if they took out the background music, the productivity increased again instead of going down. That wasn't good. Now, what that means is that people are creatures of habit, and it is probably true that we get bored, and change revs us up a little bit, which is why I think in our situation, working from home 1 day a week, it's a good change. There are things that I have to do in the office those 4 days that I compress probably 5 days of work into those 4 days so that I can free up Friday to get the stuff that's really hard to do in the office, like this intensive reading that I have to do. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? I'm pretty sure that my productivity would drop if I were working from home around all the time. I'm not sure that would work that well for me, because I do enjoy being around people. I do enjoy. I mean, why do we do this show here? Because we enjoy sharing opinions and learning about things from others. And if I were to sit home and have to do that just on the internet, that would be a real problem. So I wonder how she's going to measure the change in productivity as a result of her policy.
Don't know. We're going to have to see if how they're able to get a lot of things done and what things that do get done. And also, it's going to be interesting to see articles come up of how do those who, maybe let's say did work from home but did come into office, how their feelings, are post this particular policy. Because in all of the articles that I read, a lot of people who did work from office and home instead of from home nearly 100% of the time were very happy about the change. And they were aware of the problems there in hopes that earlier CEOs would, kind of see what was going on, the abuse, that is, and come in and say, okay, we really need to get a handle on this.
So would you interpret that as her saying that this is not necessarily a permanent change? We're going back to square zero and start all over again to make sure our policies allow people to do that? Has that been discussed to your knowledge?
I think first and foremost, she's saying that, look, we are a company and we are just surviving. We need to be a profitable company. That's her first and foremost, focus as a CEO to tell her workers. And I think that once they really get everything on board and they show that, small gains per quarter, that they're either breaking even or making a profit, then I believe that she could say, okay, let's look at this and let's see how many days out of the week that you guys, most of you, would like to, work from office, work from home. I mean, I think it's like I said, I think it depends on the positions, but I think also they're a unique company. They are an internet company, and they have a lot of, and I guess her coming from Google and she being a major influence of what we see on the browser page of Google and how that goes. I mean, I would imagine that she's going to also bring in the things that work there too.
Well, either working from home is a benefit or it's not. I mean, a couple of things that I was thinking about is that it may be that, as I was saying, that allowing people to work from home for a while is productive, and then maybe they get complacent or whatever happens, bringing them back into the office. Maybe that gets them back on their game, and then maybe when they are back in the office, letting them work from home is productive. And I think this really applies to people who are doing it full time. And I can't comment that much on it, because when I was working from home, I was working for myself, and it's a whole lot easier to say to yourself, well, I can leave and go do something in the middle of the workday for myself. But obviously, when you're working for the company, if that's not something you're supposed to do, then you don't do it. I mean, that's easy. That's an easy decision to make. The question that I had about this policy change at Yahoo, though, and I don't know that anyone knows the answer, is whether she considered the change to be punitive or whether she just determined that it was out of control. She needed to get control of it. Whether she really determined that the system was being abused and should not be implemented. It just seems to me, I mean, if it's punitive, is it saying, all right, we need to get productivity up? I'm concerned that we have some inefficiency and some abuse going on in working from home. You're going to have to come into the office. Well, that has its issues associated with it too. With, I mean, assuming there are companies who don't even have enough parking space of all things, and they've got to provide the office space, the resources, the internet, the bandwidth. There are studies that supposedly clearly demonstrate that by having a significant number of employees working outside of the corporate structure allows lower use of resources. People are using their own bandwidth from home. They're using their own power, things of that nature. I mean, I've always looked at those statistics and wondered how accurate they are, but I don't have any way of knowing that. I don't know the answer to that. To me, one of the major benefits of work from home is for single moms and single dads, where they may have to get up, get the kids off to school. They can go in and get their work done during the day when the kids are in school, but they're there when the school bus gets home. Then they get them doing their homework. They might take their lunch break at 3:30 to take care of their life, to have that little bit of flexibility. I mean, I like that. If I owned my own company, I would strive to have people, if they wanted to be in that environment, to give it to them, because I will tell you, I am personally aware of some moms, in this case, who have worked from home, who have had that flexibility. And these people, it's like Bruce says, these people are crushing it. I am confident at least I am for myself, I am confident that those people are more productive in that flex environment than they would be if they had to get up, take a shower, get to the office, go through the routine, worry about the bus getting home, get there, have someone pick them up, take them to the YMCA. I'm convinced that these are happier, more productive employees. But at the same time, I also recognize that work from home is a potential for abuse. For those people who abuse the system, there will be those who for people who abuse it, they will be a problem for people who play fairly. Good morning, Andrew.
It's also a way for her. I think it's also a way for her or for they overall to, reduce workforce, get in people as well. And I also think that considering that, according to the articles, nearly a third of the people were not showing up for work, on a 7-day, like 5 days a week or for a 40-hour week time frame, is a big indicator that something needed to be done as well. But like I said, this was known through surveying, through audits of CEOs before her that knew that this was a problem. So I think that this was presented to her as well. And
we'll see.
She had to act upon it.
It's either going to work or it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And my attitude is, if anyone doesn't like it, go get a job somewhere else.
Well,
yeah, it may take longer, but life's too short to get up and go to work every day doing something you hate, or working for a company you don't like, or feeling like you've been taken advantage of. If you don't like it, go somewhere else.
Oh, and by the way, I'm too young to know what Muzak was. So
right. In your dreams.
Oh, I really, who are they?
All right.
Well, I'm not. I'll call in another 6 months.
Okay, man.
You got my number. You know where I'm at.
Thanks for calling, man.
I'm still working for the U.S. government, doing my thing. Take care, man.
Uh-oh.
Bye.
Bye.
919-518-9773. Computers 2K voice on Skype.
Somebody's up early this morning.
The what?
I didn't think anybody would be here.
Yeah, well, it's pretty good. Listen to this. Earlier today, Freedom Pop, a telecom company headquartered in Los Angeles, announced its plan to launch a very low-cost home broadband plan for extremely low-intensity users. 1 gigabyte monthly for free. Clearly, this is much lower than the average U.S. home broadband user usage, which is between 24 and 28 gigs per month.
A month?
Yeah.
Huh.
How much do you use, you said?
How much did I use? 275 gigabytes.
Yeah. Well, the 1 gigabyte of free internet is basically a teaser. The company aims to disrupt the cable and DSL business with its 10 gigabyte for $10 plan, which is extendable by paying $5 for each additional gigabyte beyond 10. So do the math and figure out how much it's going to cost you for 100 gig. It is $5 for each additional gigabyte. So you start with $10, and then you have, what is it? 100 times 5. Okay, this is not going to work. For 90 more gig, it's 90 times 5. Nah, it's, you know.
$450.
Huh? Yeah, they're either going to make a lot of money.
That's what Time Warner would like to charge you now.
But it's interesting, you know, I mean, if you just check your email and you don't get attachments and stuff, that's good.
I just posted a link in chat to Nick's data usage for the last few months.
Yeah, I saw that.
300 gigabytes in December.
Well, gaming is big in December, isn't it?
Well, but I mean, and think about that. The AT&T Uverse cap for internet is 250 gigabytes. Nick is a power user. He's at 300 gigabytes.
Yeah.
That's not really that bad. I mean, my usage and his usage are almost identical, and I have no idea why. The only thing I can figure is some other people in the house must be watching HD movies or something, because I really don't. I mean, I don't download. I don't download anything beyond if I buy a program or a utility or something. But those are never more than 10, 20, 30 megabytes. So I mean, I don't know where the usage is. I think some of it was from things like leaving Computers 2K Now open in 2 windows and it's streaming and all that. This just carelessness can cause you to do it.
Is Nick still around? No, he probably went back to sleep.
Maybe he went bowling.
There was a special this morning.
Special what?
I don't know, something for bowling.
Oh, I don't know.
Mike, here's something for you.
Okay.
The New York Times reports that Apple and Amazon are attempting to patent methods of enabling the resale of digital items like ebooks and MP3s, establishing a large marketplace for people to buy and sell used digital items has the potential to benefit consumers enormously. But copyright holders aren't happy. Scott Turow, president of the Authors Guild, acknowledged it would be good for consumers until there were no more authors anymore. But would the resale of digital items really be much different than the resale of physical items, or is it the problem that copyright holders just don't like to resell? What is the difference between selling an ashtray on eBay or selling an ebook on eBay?
And I haven't read that article, and I could certainly spend some time thinking about it. But an ashtray, you have to have a machine to produce that one product. If I sell you an ashtray, there is only one ashtray. I had it, now you have it. By me selling it to you, we do not now both have an ashtray. What they're saying, I believe, in that article is that they are trying to to produce a system whereby if I sell you my digital ebook, you have that ebook and I don't have a copy left over. The reason being that if I am able to quote unquote sell you my ebook and keep a copy of it by screen caps or however I do it, now you're buying that book from me is depriving the author of the sale of that ebook. And so the author doesn't get the return from the effort in writing that book. I mean, I am somewhat sympathetic. I have a friend who's an author. I have actually a couple of friends who are authors. There are something like 3,000 books, new books, published a day. Now, if you think about that, think about how hard it is to become a successful published author. You're probably just as likely to become an NBA basketball star at age 60 as you are to become a published author. It's very, very difficult to do. That being said, these comments about there will not be any more authors is just nonsense, because there is a group of authors out there who, if once there is no money being an author, if we haven't already reached that point, they'll publish it for free. My wife likes to read, I think it's called fan fiction, and as I understand it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, but as I understand it, what happens is this if you follow a particular author and you like the way the story goes, but you get tired of waiting for a new book every year, fans will start writing at the next story as if the author had written it, such that, I don't know, what was there, 7 Harry Potter books? I don't know. I think. And so she says, I'm not writing anymore. So then the fans start writing fan fiction. Then they start writing a book that would look like and theoretically sound like the 8th Harry Potter book. As I understand it, these books are written crowdsourced, and that I might write a chapter and then Amnon reads it and says, wow, that's great. Now if this character would only go jump out of an airplane and land on his head and be a whatever, and then you write the next chapter, or I don't know how it all works, but these people are doing it for nothing. They're doing it out of a love of the topic. And so I don't think it would go. Might you lose some of the great authors who have to live out of the work they do? Possible. What are they going to do? Get a job at Walmart? Don't think so. I think there will always be a market, and it may have to go to where the money is made on the first release. I'm not sure how that all works. But I don't buy into the gloom and doom. I think the gloom and doom is already hit. I mean, what digital product out there now can you absolutely not copy because
I know that's the thing
of protection?
Yeah. Now I guess you could have always give a copy of a digital product to somebody. But I guess now they're talking about the problem is the selling. Well, I don't
know. I mean, I think what they are saying is that, and I haven't read the article, but what I think they're saying is that they want to encourage the selling of used data. They want to find a way
that's
sell.
Apple and Amazon.
Well, they want to find a way to be able to sell used digital product. But think about that for a second. If I sell you a used ashtray, it's not a new ashtray. Right. It is a used ashtray, assuming that it has been used and was not just left in the box, sort of thing. In the Craigslist sense of it being used.
Right.
With a digital product, there's absolutely no difference between a used digital product and a brand new one. If I can buy a used digital product for $5 or a new one for $15, it would be insane for me to pay $15 for exactly the same thing from a pure dollars and cents perspective.
Right.
That being the case, and so I go buy the latest book. I buy it from Amnon instead of from
Amazon.
From Amazon. No, they want to sell the used one instead of, from Amazon, from the author where the author gets $1. Then the income to the author goes way down. The incentive for this author to write more books, financial incentive, goes way down. You depend on the authors to write their books as a labor of love. That may work, they may not. I mean, it's hard to make a house payment with a labor of love.
So how is that different than a used bookstore?
Because the quantity of used books is limited.
But the text is there. I mean, I don't care if the pages are crisp in a page.
No, but listen to what I said. I see what you mean. The physical number of physical copies is limited. Now, authors don't like you selling used books, but they have no claim whatsoever to stop you from doing that.
Because they already got their...
They got their first sale. It's the first sale doctrine. That is copyright. The actual physical possession of the first sale, the first copy, exhausts the author's copyright in that physical volume, not in the material. And people get confused. What that means is that when you go to Barnes & Noble to buy a Harry Potter book, when you take that book home, you now have exhausted the copyright that owner or that company has in that physical copy of the book, not in the material. What that means is you can take that book and go burn it. You can sell it. You can give it away. You can do whatever you want to with it, but you cannot copy it and distribute the content. You do not own and have not exhausted the copyright doctrine in the content, only in the first physical copy. That has been the long-standing method by which copyright law has operated for many, many, many years, and the first physical copy part of a digital file is the challenge. It really doesn't work that way because the first digital copy is actually identical to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, even after it's sold and it's made into a quote-unquote used product. It sounds to me like these companies are trying to find a way to tag those files in a way that cannot be defeated, that would allow me to resell my used digital copy of that product. And it's probably going to happen. I mean, it's legal. Selling used copies is legal under the first sale doctrine as long as you're not making a copy, which is a copyright violation.
Right, I understand.
It already fits within the law, but the technical aspects of the process are the challenge.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It seems like I remember that I was going to say the only one that keeps on making money is the state by collecting sales tax. I think you still have to pay sales tax on a used book, don't you?
I don't recall. I know for many years used goods did not have sales tax. I don't know.
With the exception of cars.
Right, cars that have always had the sales tax, and
yeah.
If it moves, the government's going to tax it. So I suspect they've already done it. Yeah, actually, it doesn't even have to move anymore.
That's yeah, just sell it standing in place. Absolutely. But it's just interesting, maybe they'll try to find a way how the authors will get another $1 from it or another percentage from the sales price. That would be nice.
But why would they?
Why would they?
Yes. If I sell a used book, look at it this way. Let's suppose that I'm reading this book, 3 Felonies a Day by Harvey Silverglate. I bought the book used from Amazon.
Right.
Why should he have gotten a cut off of that used sale? Someone bought the book at some point, probably paid $24 for it, which I think is a ridiculous price for a book. But I bought the book, and I'm almost done reading it. And when I'm done with it, I usually keep books. But if I sell it, it's probably worth $4 or $5. Why should I have any obligation to take care of the author when I resell it?
Well, maybe not you, but maybe Amazon, in order to stay to be able to live with themselves, will give the author 10 cents. I don't know. Maybe
but they don't have an obligation to do that.
Well, when they're saying when the article said that they're trying to find a way to be able to sell, that means that there are some some hurdles that, I mean, they're selling everything else, so why not sell used digital media? There must be something that stops them from doing it, and they're trying to find a way to do it. I mean, just from reading the fact that they're trying to work on a way to be able to sell it means, hey, there's a problem somewhere. We need to find a way. And I guess the only thing that would stand between you and selling it is to compensate the originator. And I'm with you on the fact that they shouldn't have to, because they already got their cut. But again, if you sell an ebook, it's brand new, even if it's used. Even if you read it already, it's brand new.
I know some people who would never. I know some people, one person at least, who would never even go to a public library because she cannot stand the thought of touching a book that someone else has read.
Jeez. I'm
telling you the truth. So this person always gets books. I mean, think about it. You go to Borders, used to Barnes and Noble. Those books have usually been flipped through and thumbed through anyway. But there's just something about it that she just cannot stand the thought. And I don't know if it's a germs thing or whatever it is. I mean, everybody has their weirdness, don't they, Andrew? And so she would not go to a library. So the used market for her, she would never buy a used book from Amazon or anywhere. However, with a used digital product, if she has a germ phobia, whatever it is, it would not apply to a digital product. I think that the point being that there is not the inherent dislike or resistance against a used digital product because it is exactly identically new, like the new, identical to the new product.
Right. You can sell a song with no scratches on it.
It goes back to what I've been saying ever since I've been on this show. The law is very slow to follow technology. Yeah. The people who are in the business of law, as a rule, not an absolute rule, but as a general rule, are spending their time worried about things in the law, not things in technology. I mean, we all know, everyone listening to this show who's involved in technology knows that if you want to be good at fixing computers, configuring computers, setting up internet sites, adding blogs, all sorts. If you want to do all that, it takes a lot of time. It is not a trivial matter to be a know-it-all in the technology business. As a result, it's very difficult to be a lawyer and to be up to speed in all of the or most of the technologies out there. There are some of these guys who do it. In fact, I found a guy. I was emailing with a guy a couple of days ago who used to be a computer developer, and he got sick of that, went back to law school, became an attorney, but he now still dabbles in some software things and is probably getting ready to write a program that he could end up making some pretty good money out of it for the legal profession. But that's very much the exception as opposed to the rule.
Morning, Nick.
Good morning.
I thought you were going to call in with video.
I was. And then now my camera doesn't want to work.
Oh,
the old my cam's not working trick.
Well, the blue light's on and I have no software open. So something's got control of it. And I restarted my computer. I did.
Unplug it and move it to a new USB port. Mine did that once.
Okay, I'll give that a try.
That is a problem, yeah. 919-518-9773, Computers 2K Voice on Skype. The Intel is is having a problem. And the article goes, the excerpt from the article goes, as tablets and cell phones become more and more important to the computing landscape, Intel is increasingly having a hard time keeping its chips on the forefront of the industry, with x86 architecture failing to find much success in mobile. The question that arises, why is Intel so wedded to the x86 chips? Over the past 30 years, Intel has tried to... Were you trying to say something?
No, I was just going to say the reason they stick with it is because it works.
Yeah. Intel has tried and failed to move away from the x86 architecture on multiple occasions, with each attempt undone by technical, organizational, and short-term market factors. In other words, if they did away with the x86 and went to new architecture, that means that everything that we have right now will stop running in a way. I mean,
maybe,
not everything.
Maybe not. It depends on how well it's downward compatible.
That's right, yeah. But I guess we're lucky that they're not going away from it. And I was thinking when I read it, why can't they come up with a new chip and allow us to make the, okay, I want to go with the X2007 chip. If I want to have all my old stuff working, then I have another computer that runs that, and let me use the new and greater chip architecture and greater computer that would run the newer chip.
But it goes back to this old saying: "If it ain't broke, don't fix it."
That's true,
right?
Too. Yeah.
So that certainly is sound business strategy, and in fact, making a change that creates an incompatibility issue breaks it. That's not a good thing to do.
Right.
That being said, as the market becomes more mobile, if the x86 architecture does not allow it to be used in the mobile devices where the growth is, then it's broke and it's got to be fixed. Does that mean discontinuing the x86, or does that mean having a product that is suitable for the mobile market, such as the Atom processor, which I think was their attempt to come up with a low power ARM type processor?
But they don't have anything now, do they? In the mobile that has to be compatible with other stuff.
I don't know.
They may be able to
they
create
have.
a new standard. Who knows?
I don't know what they have, but I was, and that's exactly what I was getting ready to say, Amnon. I know internal people at Intel. Don't ever count them out.
Oh no, you can't count them out. I mean,
these guys. I mean, they know what they're doing.
No, I mean I like it because it keeps everything intact, and that's very important for the user. For the consumers, that's very important. But if the company wants to go forward and they think that they can go forward faster by coming up with something new, come up with something new and have it on have it grow its own market, kind of, so to speak. And if it takes over,
go
ahead.
Keep in mind that these semiconductor companies are doing research for products 10 years out. They're not looking at just the short term. I mean, even what was it we talked about? HP came up with the iPad 6 years before Apple released theirs. Uber Geek says no audio. As far as I know, there's audio. People are listening, so I hope there's audio. Hit refresh and check again. But so HP knew about it. Their market research told them about it. And their response to their researcher, their marketing company, was, "Nope, can't do it. Our stockholders would never allow us to invest in something that's not going to be successful for another 6 years." They bypassed the opportunity, and then Apple came along and released the iPad. Just because you don't see it from a company, don't think it's not there. I mean, think about it right now, and maybe I'm dogging on them a little bit, but the reality is that if the Intels and the AMDs were not out there, if all we had was ARM processors for computers, I mean, who would want that? You look at how slow some of these phones are, the iPhones, how dog slow they are in doing anything How would you like to have your PC operate that slowly if you didn't have the option of getting a powerful processor?
Right.
I mean, even Apple went to Intel for the x86 architecture.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's you, and if you, this is sort of like throwing a line with two hooks, two different baits on it, and something will catch something. And then if you see that you always catch more with the live worm, then that's what you start using.
I have a friend who's a mega millionaire, and he made a comment to me in 1986 when he was talking. I was asking him some questions about business and so forth. He had, I'm not going to be too specific, but he had one business, then he added a second one that was kind of not, it wouldn't hurt the first business, but it wasn't totally compatible. It was sort of competitive with it. And I said, why would you do that? And he said, well, my philosophy's always been it's easier to win the horse race if you have two horses in it instead of one.
True. I like that.
And he didn't get there by accident. He knows what he's talking about. But at the same time, I mean, at a business level, you can't dilute your resources either. If you don't have the resources to operate one business well, adding a second one is not going to make it easier for him. He probably caused both of them to fail. He of course, had the resources.
I wanna mention the blog that Nick has installed on Computers 2K now. I know it's not public yet.
Well,
Nick,
it is, isn't it?
Nick?
Yes.
Did you get your cam fixed?
Would you like me to call in on?
No. I mean, I'm first of all, I'm asking. Did you get it fixed?
Yes. Yeah.
So what was it?
I switched to a different USB port, and it reinstalled the drivers, and now it's working.
Wow. Yeah. No.
I think it was.
Absolutely.
I think it was Jitsi that was taking control of it again.
Yeah.
No,
Nick and I have been doing a lot of testing with some stuff that's probably fighting with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
call in on video.
Go ahead and call in with video. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. I'm still not used to that. The Nissan guest thing to come up, and I'm hearing somebody calling in, and I'm looking, saying, "Where is this coming from?" I thought it was coming from your end, and then I happened to see over there.
A lot of people here know that I am a microphone fan. I like microphones. I just found a new one that I may have to get. I put a link to it in the chat room. I'm not going to talk about it, but if you can, just click on that and see.
It's a special order?
Well, what do you think? Look at the price.
Oh, geez, look at that. No, I didn't.
And it's on sale.
Why is that?
I have no idea. I'm not sure I understand how these microphone companies come up with the pricing for their products. The model typically is it takes a certain amount of money to develop the product. The cost for raw materials is a certain amount. The procedures involved in manufacturing the product are at a certain level of complexity that are expensive. And sometimes it's possibly like diamonds, and that is that it's worth what they say it's worth. If you want it, you got to pay it. If you don't want it, don't pay it.
But I have a question. Is this, is the part on the right there that's hanging, is that part of the microphone?
It is, yes. That is a heat sink. This microphone has tubes, vacuum tubes, a vacuum tube in it. Apparently, they feel that the heat from the tube compromises the performance of the capsule, which you can see through the grill. They then create this appendage to go to the microphone that serves as a cooler to conduct the heat of the tube away from the capsule.
So you can use it also as a heater in your room?
You can use it as a heater, absolutely.
So in that case, I mean, you have to take all the different variables into consideration. Say, okay, how much do I pay They should have added the little fan on it.
That would make noise. Can't do that.
Yeah.
It has to. That's why that heat sink is so massive, is because it is free air cooling. But in all seriousness, though, look at the reviews on this. I mean, it's all 5-star reviews. Nothing has less than 5 stars that I've seen. Maybe I didn't click on enough.
Yeah, but then what does that mean?
Well, it usually a lot of these sites, generally speaking, and it's a good point though, that generally speaking, if you go to one of these tech sites, if there is a product that's overpriced, that doesn't work as advertised, that gets a lot of hype and is not, you will almost always see somebody come back and post a negative review. I would think for a $10,000 microphone, if I bought one and it was no better than a $49 MXL, I would be back here saying, hey guys, don't waste your money. Get this $49 microphone instead. So, I mean, who knows? When I go to Amazon to look for a product, particularly when I see maybe it's mentioned on a television show or someone recommends it, I always read the reviews. I find them very helpful. You have to learn how to read the reviews. You have to learn how, when people are just mouthing off, because, I mean, for example, I was reading a review not long ago on Amazon. Someone bought some sort of widget. When they got it, UPS had dropped the box and broken the product. So they gave the product a bad review on Amazon. I mean,
Yeah,
and why Amazon leaves those up, I don't know. Maybe they don't have the resources to monitor all those because there are many, many, many people doing reviews. It's easier just to learn how to read, and you throw that out. I mean, mentally you ignore a moron who's going to blame Amazon for a UPS problem. Yeah, Jeff says, well, at least it's on sale.
Yeah, I'm reading what Dr. John at RTP says, that he's having a problem with. No, this would be your internet or the routing or your computer doing a lot of stuff in the background.
Yeah, because we're monitoring it here.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick is monitoring it. The other people in chat say so far so good.
I would actually do Control-Alt-Delete, Dr. John, and look at the task manager and see how much CPU is being used. Because you may have a program in the back, let's say a backup, and that would eat a lot of bandwidth, and it will cause things like this to happen.
But I've never seen the issue of having to refresh.
That will fix it. I know, not with a backup or something, but I don't know. Clear your cache, too. Because there may be some... Yeah, Andrew, I wasn't aware that Netscape still exists.
That would be Firefox for those of you who are smartasses.
Yeah. So, Nick.
So, yes.
Oh, your audio is low.
That's because he was on the other side of the room.
No.
Is it?
Go ahead.
Is it still low?
Well, it's
getting better.
It's better.
Okay. How about now? Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So, are we under the impression that the blog is working and everything? I mean, I saw a couple of posts from the moderators. I couldn't figure out how to enter one myself because there's no way for me to log in.
Yeah, Amnon, did you get an email from me? Because I installed this thing and it was supposed to. I put a list of emails in. And it was supposed to send emails, and I don't think Mike didn't get one, so I didn't know if you got one.
I got an email from WordPress, yeah, but I didn't even read it because I figured.
Yeah,
okay,
that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's
I
just
still
a
have
registration email.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that it may not be ready for prime time?
No, I have no reason at all. The only thing I would suggest is to have it linked on the sidebar of the Computers 2K Now site.
Yeah,
so
what I'm going to do is I'm going to do away with the forum.
Well, it's not the same thing, though,
I know it's not, but the last time the forum was used was months and months ago. So obviously it's not being used, and it's just sitting there. I don't know why I mean, why would you want to keep the forum in place, Mike? I mean,
Well, that's not what I was saying. I was not saying necessarily keep it in place. What I was going to say, actually, before you even brought it up, is particularly because of the format, let's keep in mind that this is a blog page. It is not a substitute for the forum.
Right.
And that is that the stuff that's there right now is just junk, which will be taken down. But what should be on that blog post is meaningful content. And that means that if we have theoretically, there may be one or two topics per show that we want to create a short blog post about and put there so people can refer back to it as if it were show notes. And anyone else who wants to put a blog post there is welcome to do so, but it will be moderated pretty heavily because the idea is for it to be useful content, not just dribble.
Right. I think the forums are not being used anymore because people are just tuning into the show and get their answers.
Well, what do they need to get from the forum?
I know.
I mean, it's kind of an old technology in many ways for a live show. I mean, I participate in quite a few forums or fora, but that's the only way you can get to that information. Like a lot of these tech forums. What is it? TechGuy.com and the bleepingcomputer.com.
Yeah,
I mean, those are gold-plated forums.
Absolutely.
But here, for example, whenever we do the show and we talk about, there's this great site which explains how to get the start menu for Windows 8, and we talk about that, put a link in chat for that program. But then when people listen back to the show, recorded or later, then the chat is gone. They can't get to that link. It would be nice if we had just 2 or 3 sentences on the blog that said, here's the site that shows you how to get the start button back for Windows 8.
Don't misunderstand. I have no problem leaving the forum up and running. It's no big deal.
I don't think it needs to be there. Yeah. I guess what I would say is to maybe scan through it and see if there's anything there that should be translated into a blog post for permanent storage, and then I'd get rid of it. I mean, forums are security risks for servers anyway.
Absolutely.
Someone's always trying to hack the forum software.
It's a lot of maintenance to keep them clean. Yeah. So, Nick, so all you're looking for is a link from the menu?
Yep, I think that should be about it. And you want this to be open registration for anybody, correct?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, people can register, and if we find an abuser, we remove them. Right, Mike?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to create a maintenance headache, but we've got a good small crowd here and need to share among ourselves. And the other idea too, as part of this decision to add the blog, is that it's good for the show, and that people searching for things, when they find the content and it takes them to the blog, doing a Google search, then there would also be the opportunity there, and have to do some integration, Nick, at some point to make sure that people who go to that blog who don't know about the show are told about the show on Sunday morning. The idea is that if we put up a blog post about, to use the same example, how to get the Windows 8 start button, they look at it, that's good stuff. They look over and see Computers 2K Now Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Oh, okay. Well, this is all part of the same process. I like this. I like the way the forum looks. I like the way it's written. I like the content. Therefore, I'm going to tune in to watch the show. It's the synergy between the two that you're trying to foster.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's there.
It's on the site now.
It should be.
Jeff is saying it would be nice to have an archived chat stream synced with the audio-video recording. It's out there, Jeff. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's worth the trouble. It's something certainly worth considering. Who is it? Even TalkShoe, I think, had that. Someone created one for TalkShoe. It was not synchronized with the content, but you could certainly follow along with the content, because if you were listening to a show, you read the chat, and they sort of corresponded. Now, I understand what you're saying. There are companies that provide exactly what you're talking about. now. I actually subscribe to one that I spend quite a bit, probably 40 hours a year, viewing it with the slides and the content synchronized. Well, speaking of Windows 8, I actually had some involvement with Windows 8 this week.
Okay.
Have you
And how was
used it,
that?
Nick?
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
It's not good for a desktop
Why?
because I don't need, for example, my main monitor is a 26-inch Samsung monitor, and I don't need, like, for example, when you're in Metro, if I open the weather plugin or widget or whatever it's called, it takes up the whole screen, and I don't need a whole 26-inch monitor telling me that it's 20 degrees outside. It's just not good for that.
Well, that's a good question I have, because the Windows 8 has integrated Skype into it, such that when you start Skype, it is totally full screen.
Yeah.
Is there not a way to minimize that or to reduce the screen size to have it share with other applications?
Not if you're in the Metro interface.
Which one is Metro?
The one with the tiles. Like the main start screen. The desktop one is the regular desktop.
Uh-huh.
So the issue with the Metro version is like you said, I don't need Skype taking up a whole screen. I mean, it can take up a fraction of the screen. It could take up 1/3 of the screen. And with Metro, there's just no way to change that. It's just set in stone.
To me, and again, I wrote it off to me not knowing what I was doing. But what I noticed on the Metro screen, whenever Skype was full screen, if you can't have another application open sitting right beside it, that's going back to before Windows, when you could only run one application at a time.
Yeah.
You weren't born at the time or were young, but it used to be before. I mean, with DOS programs, if you wanted to get out of your word processing program and go into a spreadsheet program, you had to close the word processor and open the spreadsheet. I mean, we remember this, Amnon? We were ecstatic the first time we could have two programs open side by side, which was what, Windows 3.1?
I don't think Amnon's here.
We caught him sleeping. Oh, he's not there. Okay. I mean, that was an ecstatic moment to have that happen. And if you, I heard back whenever XP came out, some people really badmouthed. Some people I know really badmouthed it because they said, "Well, look, you don't even have your icons on the desktop." Well, no, that's because the icons were not there automatically. You had to add them. Once they learned how it worked, then it was configurable to do whatever you wanted it to do. And I'm thinking there may be some of that to do with Windows 8. This version I was working with, I was using it through TeamViewer, and that was somewhat of a challenge because to switch between things, you have to move the mouse cursor to the upper right corner such that this menu pops up on the right side, and then you have to move down and collect it. Perfect example, and this probably shows my ignorance, and maybe Andrew's figured it out. But when we had Skype open, I wanted to close it because I was using it on Rick's computer. He got a new computer. We actually used TeamSpeak for the radio show this week instead of Skype. But we did a test to make sure Skype was working in case TeamSpeak went belly up. We needed to be able to switch over in a hurry to Skype. I couldn't find a way to close Skype. The only way I was able to close it was Alt F4. There was no X in the upper right corner. I could not find where to click to cause a menu to pop up. I could not figure out how to close Skype with the mouse on Windows 8. There has to be a way to do it. I did not. Go ahead.
I found out working on a couple of them that I thought I was closing the program, but the program was still running in the background, and you had to hit Alt F4, Alt F4, Alt F4, and just keep closing and closing and closing because it was just racking up in the background.
Yep, I mean, that's as bad as a Mac.
Yeah. Andrew, I didn't run away. I just went to fix that menu. I realized it'll be better to start the blog in a separate window.
Uber Geek says top left corner close. Now, I saw that, and it's same thing with a Mac, and I saw that, moved up there, and never could get anything to pop up. All I had was a solid blue background with very little information on it. I mean, you even have to right-click on at certain spots to get the screen to change so that you can even add your contacts. Things just, you know how in XP you could move your mouse to the bottom and the taskbar would pop up?
Right.
You could have it automatic. That's sort of the mindset that I saw with the Windows 8 that I was using. And we were using the quote-unquote standard desktop as opposed to the Metro. Metro, I couldn't get used to that. You know what? The other thing that I thought was pretty bizarre is that in the Metro app, you cannot right-click on a tile and tell it to create a shortcut on the desktop. If the application did not install a shortcut on the desktop, it's a major operation to get the icon on the desktop. I was able to get, in fact, Skype on Windows 8 is no longer Skype.exe. It's part of the Windows operating system.
It's an app?
What do you call it whenever you run the
DLL kind of like thing?
Yes, but it's like one of the system DLLs, and you put a /Skype switch on the end of it to call Skype to start running. And it's bizarre.
Wow.
But it worked.
Nick.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm on the page.
Yes.
So how do I log in?
The login bar.
I don't see a login bar. Where?
It should be right before register. Do you see register?
I see register. I see blog, live, and register.
Maybe the link broke. Are you? Oh, maybe. I think it only shows up if you're logged in. Hold on, I can change that.
Well.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
Is there a way to log out, or you just leave?
The login button that should be there will change from login to log out.
Okay. Neato.
So, last night I was going through my Time Warner Cable account.
Uh-huh.
And I had to reset my password. And I woke up this morning and I checked my email, and the email that I got said that I changed the password for an account under this mailing address, and it was some mailing address in like the Adirondacks of New York. Nowhere near me, using my email.
Uh-oh.
So I wonder if Time Warner Cable is having an issue with user registration changes and stuff, because it showed me an address that wasn't mine. And it said that I changed the password, which I did change the password. But I found that interesting.
So it told you that... Why did it show the email address? I thought it would send an email telling you...
Yeah, it did, and it said you've changed the password for this
Right.
account, and it showed the address, and it wasn't my address. It was like the place was like...
Oh. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I like MapQuested it, and it was like 2.5 hours away. I don't know what's going on with that.
And your password actually changed.
Yeah, because I wanted to change my password. I forgot what I
But I
left
mean,
it
it actually changed. You had to log in again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well,
919-518-9773. Sorry, Mike.
No, sorry.
I'm
Jeff
done.
is saying, with such a rich and successful global history as Skype, now that it's a Microsoft product, a setting sun. If so, who can replace it globally with millions of users daily?
Users will go to a new service in a heartbeat if it's
I
better.
don't think there's any built-in allegiance to Skype except that it's the best resource available for the application at the moment. If there were an alternative application available, then people would use it. And In that regard, Nick and I have spent quite a bit of time the last few evenings working on answering that very question. The reason being that for those who don't know, and most probably here probably do, Skype works off of a technology called SIP, which is simple. What is it? Simple Internet Interface something. I don't know what it stands for. Anyway, what it really means is telephone type communications over the internet, to grossly simplify it. Somebody else can come up with a better explanation. What that means is that Nick has a SIP account. I have a SIP account. We install SIP clients on our computers, like we are using Blink in one case. The other one we were playing with is Jitsi, Jitsi, from jitsi.org. And what we do, he was talking a while ago that it was grabbing resources. I start Jitsi. I type in Nick's SIP account, which looks just like an email address. It's whatever it is at sip2sip.info or onsip.com, whatever it is, assuming the clients are properly configured. When I click to call Nick, his soft client on his computer rings. Just like a telephone, he answers it, and he and I are communicating back and forth, just like a Skype call. It's like a stripped-down session initiation protocol. That's what it is. Thank you, Steve. And I knew it was something like that. But so we're sitting here communicating back and forth, just like we were on Skype, except that the quality is not as good. And the reason it's not as good, technically, is very easy to understand. It's very difficult to solve. The problem is that Skype uses what's called a Silk, S-I-L-K, Silk version 3 codec. The codec is the software underneath the software that handles the audio between the computers and the servers. If that codec will not allow you to send a quality signal, the call is not going to have a quality signal. To Skype's credit, the Silk version 3 codec is extraordinarily good for what it is, and particularly for free. However, we're on the dawn of something new happening here, which is why we've been playing with it, in that a lot of these companies are starting now to integrate a new codec called Opus, O-P-U-S, even to the point that the first thing that we started playing with, I believe it was the first one, is a solution called TeamSpeak. This is an audio conferencing system designed, I guess, Nick, for gamers. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so you look at it and say, well, there's a bunch of gamers. I mean, audio is not important. What does that matter? We started looking into it and found that they had integrated the Opus codec into their beta version of their software. And Opus codec, again, it's versus MP3 versus WMA versus whatever's out there. It's just another codec, but it's a new, improved version that's getting good results. Bottom line is, Nick set up a TeamSpeak server. We were communicating with each other through that server. And by having the beta version at that time, we discovered that we were able to connect to that server with a 96K stereo, say that again, 96K stereo signal. Imagine being able to make a Skype call to someone and say, wow, I got this song I want you to hear, and you play a song to them through your mixer, and they listen to it on the other side in stereo as part of that Skype call. That's in essence what this capability was giving us and gives us in the TeamSpeak setup. Now, the problem is that these, I call them telephone guys. I think they get insulted at that, but I mean they consider 5 or 6K audio bandwidth as being wideband. We consider it unacceptable. The Skype bandwidth we think is about 12K. I think it varies, but it seems to be anywhere from 10 to 12K. But with the 96K, I mean, most people encode MP3 files at 128K. theoretically, we would like to have an MP3 or an Opus stream at 128K or higher, in which case the increasing the resources, it's going to be the point of diminishing return. You're going to end up using a lot more bandwidth and not being able to hear it. Computers 2K right now, Computers 2K now right now is being streamed at 64K mono. If we were going to stream in stereo, we would have to be at least 96K and preferably 128K. The problem is that these telephone and these gaming guys say 96K. Wow, that's more than anybody needs. Nobody needs that much bandwidth. They ought to be happy with that, and that's not true. I'd like to have twice that. I mean, if they would just take the governors off these codecs and let them operate at the speed we want instead of the speed they want, then the only challenge becomes having a server that will accommodate the connection. Nick has the server. He can manage that connection, assuming everything works as planned. So all this is to say that we're getting really close to having a viable alternative to Skype, at least for audio-only broadcasting. We did Rick's House Radio Show. We did that yesterday. It's on from 8 until 10 Eastern Time. And, in fact, I'll put a link in there. We did the show with TeamSpeak. We did not use Skype for the communications link between Rick and me. Rick is in Florida. I am in North Carolina. This file link that I'm posting, this file was recorded locally with a digital recorder off the mixer. So mine is straight off the mixer. It's as good as it gets recording-wise because there's no processing or anything involved. Rick is coming in through TeamSpeak over the internet from Florida to my mixer and recorded on the digital. So you can compare the quality of the two. We're both using the same microphone, the Audio-Technica AT2005. You can compare the two and see if you think we really are getting close to having a replacement for Skype. Again, people ask me, why do we have to replace Skype? I mean, Randy Resnick is on Google Plus saying, quit saying Skype. We're not concerned about replacing Skype. And I said, well, maybe you're not, but we are. What if Microsoft decides to discontinue it?
Oh, start charging for it.
Well, even if they start charging for it, that's not the end of the world as long as the price is reasonable. When Google went to $5 per month per email address for a Google Apps account, I thought that was unreasonable because I've got one domain that probably has 30 email addresses. So that I didn't think was a good solution. But if they started charging $10 a month to get rid of the kids, I mean, I could live with that. But who knows what's going to happen? They could just decide we're not going to do this anymore. They've already made it so that, as I understand it, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong if you have experience with Skype and Windows 8, but your Skype login, I mean, if you log in with Amnon Nissan as your login, then at some point with Windows 8, when you log in, it says, okay, we've merged these with Windows Live IDs. Your account will be merged. Be sure to log in with your Microsoft account next time. And your actual login for Skype, I think, stops working after they merge it. Maybe they both work. I'm not clear about that. But that being said, they're changing things, and we old people don't like to change things.
I don't think you need to go to find reasons to change Skype. I mean, we already established that there's a lot of problems for what we're doing. In many of the other shows that I run here, and the guests are connecting, and I tell them, you need to be connected with a wire, not wireless. It's not going to work right. But I always use it like this. He said, you're not talking to mommy. You're talking now as a professional on a quote-unquote TV show. You want it to sound right, and you don't want it to have lag, and you don't want it to have breaks. So please connect with a cable. They don't understand that there is another aspect to Skype that they're not aware of because it's working fine. And if you're talking to mom and it pauses for 2 seconds, no big deal. So there are other problems with Skype too, like you're saying, the resources that it uses on a PC, and I don't know, is the The other, Nick, did you guys look at the resources that the other system is using?
I didn't. I'm not sure if Mike did.
Mike, I don't know. Mike cares about the audio, and I appreciate that, but I don't think Mike, at this point, will look at the resources.
Well, of course I do.
You do? Okay, so
I do. And it was nothing to get excited about.
Okay.
I don't remember what the numbers were, but on this i7, I'm talking to you now on an i7. You recall a couple of years ago that every time I would call in to try to participate, I would have audio troubles, video troubles, disconnects, things, and I couldn't understand exactly what was going on. I put updated video cards, made sure the RAM was maxed out, and I just could not get good connection. I put in an i7, and I have never yet had a problem as a result of resources. I don't know how. I'm sitting here now, and I'm sending video to you over Skype on this i7 with audio and video, and I'm using 4% CPU.
Well,
when I do the Rick's House show, and I did post the link in the chat room for anybody if you're listening later, the file is on SoundCloud.com. If you go to SoundCloud.com/Rick's House Radio, you will see the show that we did over the internet yesterday. This show is originated over the internet. It's broadcast live over a radio station in Tennessee. It's a lot of fun, and that's the version that I have there is the version without music. It's just the voices, and it is what we call telescoped, and that is it is edited to get rid of all the downtime and the news breaks and things like that. It's just the content. It's a lot of fun. But from a technical perspective, it will give you a pretty good feel for what kind of audio quality you can get on the internet. This time using TeamSpeak.
That's very interesting. Now that I'm looking at Task Manager, Skype suddenly is only using 10% and 9%. And, I mean, normally I look at it and it's 30-some%. That's very interesting. Well,
Steve calls me out on things here. He says, what was the old processor you were having problems on, please?
Atom.
i3 or earlier? And the answer is earlier. Yes, it was an older computer, but I was given some bad advice by a computer shop as to, oh, yeah, that's a video card problem. Just put a new upgraded video card in it, and you'll be fine. And I was not.
To shift, Steve, as in Steve Lee, created a very nice site on his network.
You must understand, Amnon, if Steve Lee is going to do something, he's going to do it right.
Yep. Called twothumbsmedia.com.
Two Thumbs Up Media, isn't it?
Two Thumbs Up Media?
I don't know. I got to find it. I've been remiss in following back up on it.
Very nice directory for podcasts, broadcasts. And he developed the whole thing himself. I mean, it's developed in-house. It's not like using an external or a canned piece of software. And still has its quirks, but for the most part, it's working. So that's is it 2 thumbs up or 2 thumbs?
I'm looking.
I would think
2 thumbs up.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up.
It's twothumbsupmedia.com.
Right.
It's the URL.
twothumbsupmedia.com. I think it's not opening.
It's not?
No, it's got a script error.
Okay,
I'm on it right now.
What?
Yep, twothumbsupmedia.com.
I'll post a link to it. Oh, Steve's already got one in there. No, it works when I go to it.
Yeah, it's there now. It's something that Firefox doesn't like it.
No, it's coming up on my Firefox.
Well, it did on mine too once I stopped the script. I keep so many things open that
okay.
I'm sure it's on my end, not his end.
So it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's about time that something like this was up there. I mean, we always try to just try and list this, try and list that. But this is nice. You just go and you list it, and you can see what's available.
We're listed on here, I think.
Yeah, I think I put our stuff Friday night.
Yeah. I'm looking at the page now and call your attention to, by the way, I mean, he's an even-tempered guy more so than I am. I get really tired of these rank amateur podcast people. And bless their hearts, they got to start somewhere, but they go get a headset microphone and a crappy computer and hold
Watch it.
Hold a microphone up to Skype, and then they get mad that they don't have 10,000 downloads to their crappy podcast. But there are some really good podcasts out there, and one in particular I think is really intriguing. I've listened to it quite a bit. Is on the bottom of this page at twothumbsupmedia.com. It's called Two Chairs No Waiting. It's about the Andy Griffith Show. The guy who runs that podcast is obviously very much a diehard Andy Griffith Show fan, knows all the trivia, has met a lot of the people from the show. There are Andy Griffith Show conventions every year or so. He actually does an impersonation of Floyd the Barber, and he's pretty good at it. Alan, I forget Alan's last name. Sorry, Alan. I'll think of it in a minute. But, I mean, that's something that is not Alan Newsom. That is something that is not broad spectrum enough that it would ever make it onto commercial TV. It's just not enough people would be interested in it. But people who are diehard fans of that show can go and discuss things that they are very much interested in and excited about.
Well, it's not everybody should have. I mean, we're talking about level playing fields. And everybody, even if they want to have just a mic and a headset and do a audio podcast, there's nothing wrong with that, Mike. I mean, you're not suggesting that they should not be doing it, right?
No, absolutely no, and that's what I've tried to make clear when I make those derogatory comments. You got to start somewhere. I'm not holding myself out as a professional podcaster. I'm more a teacher than I am a doer. I can tell when it's good and when it's bad, even though it's harder for me to do it as a professional. I can turn you on to some people who are consummate professionals they make us look like the people that I tend to get disgusted with. What gets me, and this is my point that doesn't come through very clearly all the time, is I think you have to start somewhere, and the first time you do it, it's going to be a rank amateur. That's professionals come from starting as amateurs. So I endorse and support that. It just, what disgusts me is the people who will go out there and put out and Nick will agree with this, we've talked about this offline, is that these people who put out rank amateur, very, very, trying to be nice, not so good stuff, and then they start criticizing everyone else who doesn't do it the same way they do it.
Well, that's their
personality
opinion.
Issues. I mean, these people spoil it for others because you say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that discussion. Why don't you just leave people alone and go do your thing? And if you become Leo Laporte, more power to you. If you don't, then you're having fun doing what you're doing. Don't sit there and start throwing darts at other people because you're jealous of their success or you somehow have this inflated value of what you think you're worth versus what they're doing. Just go have fun with it.
Yeah, a lot of people lost or don't really not looking for the fun part of it anymore. It's all like I want to be successful, never mind having fun, and that doesn't work. You have to have fun at it too.
The part that hurt, and I'm not going to go deep into this, but the part, and I've mentioned it before, I'll mention it again, the part that really bothers me is there are some quote-unquote consultants out there who are charging that what happens is people say, podcasting, wow, this is great. I can do it with just a headset, or I can go get this microphone. All of a sudden, I'm a broadcaster. Wow, I've always wanted to be a radio guy. If I can't get a radio station, I'll at least have my own internet channel. And there are these consultants, quote-unquote, out there who say, wow, these people are really motivated. And you know what? They're willing to spend some money to learn how to do this, and I'm going to teach them how to do it, knowing full well that 98% of them are going to do it for less than a year and then go away. And I'm not convinced they're being told the truth. I think they're being said, oh, you can be successful. Look at Leo Laporte. Look, I mean, they're using insurance sales techniques to convince people to spend money with them. I don't believe, and I may be wrong and I hope I am, but I don't believe they're giving them full disclosure. And the reason I say that is not based just on what I'm seeing, but I've actually talked with people who have paid some of these guys. And to a person, one guy I'm aware of says, yes, it was a good service. It did help me a lot. And I said, that's good to know. Do you think it was overpriced? His answer was absolutely.
Well,
so even though there is some good content there, and some of these guys provide some free content, and I'm all for that. But, excuse me, but I just don't think that you should. Look, try this for an example. Tell me what you think of this. This is horrible. But when you lose a loved one and you go to a funeral home, it is well known in the funeral home industry that you can really upsell people on caskets. Do you want to put Mother in a cheap casket? Well, Mother is not here anymore. Mother has left the building. And where you put her remains is not going to be a big deal to her. That's a family emotion thing. And when people are emotional, they can, instead of putting them in a $3,000 or $4,000 casket, they got to put them in a $20,000 casket. Well, look, when I'm gone, I've told my wife, you buy the cheapest one there, or you can have me cremated, whatever you want. I don't care. It's right out of my hands at that point. But don't let somebody take advantage of you emotionally because you've got the life insurance proceeds and you can afford a $20,000 casket. So what I think is that some of these guys are playing on the emotions of people who are all excited and motivated. Here we go. Here's the perfect example. I think that you think about how many people read about multi-level marketing. Oh, wow, so-and-so Nick has just made $300,000 a month selling soap. Wow, Nick, get me into that. Can I be a part
Nick.
of it? How can I do that? And you take this emotional contagion and you share it, and Nick says, oh, yeah, I can get you in the soap business, but I only need you to spend $3,000 for your initial inventory. And so you buy the initial inventory, and a year later you still have $2,995 worth of it, and your enthusiasm has waned. And I just sense that is happening some in the podcasting community. I am not against paid consultants. I pay consultants to teach me things I don't know how to do. I'm all for that, and I'm all for the people who are selling their services as paid consultants. What I'm not for is people being taken advantage of and not given the whole story whenever they ask the question and are entitled to a full disclosure. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There'll always be people out there trying to take advantage of others. So that's not just here. So it's no need to even discuss that.
Well, like Jeff says, for me, like ham radio, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
Uber Geek, same thing too. It's a hobby. Exactly. But what if somebody came to you, Jeff, and said, you know what, you pay me $200 an hour, and I'm going to show you how to make a living podcasting, knowing that the likelihood of you doing that is about 10,000 to 1 against you being able to do it. I mean, I know people who are succeeding in this business, and I know people who are failing. And I will tell you that if anyone tells you you can make a living podcasting, yes, there are people doing it. You can count them on one hand. It is a rare circumstance that you can, as a full-time job, make a living podcasting. Can you use podcasting as an advertising medium or as a motivation for you to be able to get customers because of your podcast? Yes. If you use your podcast to sell your consulting services, is that making money podcasting? No. It's using your podcasting as an advertising medium, which is a wonderful thing to do. I wholeheartedly endorse it and know people making quite a bit of money doing that. But as far as as I see it, and if anybody disagrees with this, tell me, but I only see two ways that you can make money podcasting. One is by selling advertising. The other is by selling a subscription to your site. If you say, well, I'm selling my other products during my podcast, I'm running advertising for my own store, then I would say you're not making money podcasting. You're using your own podcast to advertise your other goods or products, which is wonderful, but that's not making money podcasting.
Mike, there's a difference between making money and making a living.
Well, it depends on semantics. I mean, making money, if you make $100 a month, that's making money. But in MBA circles, making money is about 10 times making a living.
Well, no, I mean, you couldn't. I mean, here, I'll be lying if I'm saying that I'm not making money from the studio, because I am.
Right.
And the way that I do it is not from advertising or anything like this right now. It's from other people that want to have a show, sort of like renting my services to sit here and I do it. But is it a living? No, hell no. I mean, I couldn't quit my job and do this.
Probably wouldn't want to. I mean, when you turn a hobby into a job, it's no longer as much fun.
Right, it's no longer fun. Yeah, but when your accountant is telling you, look, you can't just keep on doing it, you're going to have to show that you're making some money because IRS is going to consider it a hobby, then, say, okay, yeah, we can charge something.
I mean, this.
So there are to make a living. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even know that. And we keep on bringing the name up. Leo Laporte is actually making a living by doing what he's doing. If he was doing it all just himself. He's probably, A, doesn't need the money. I don't know. I have no idea. Or B, there's a lot of others involved in there. And obviously they're getting paid and all that, but it's not just the Leo Laporte show. It's a lot of other shows. If anybody...
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Do what?
I said I would agree with that, yeah. I mean, he's not like he's on every single show that happens on that network.
Right. So if you have a podcast, unless you're setting something up like what Andrew did and like what I did, that it's like a network and you are having other shows and all that, having a podcast and making a living out of it, you're going to have to come up with something really, really rare, and before you know it, other people will be on that bandwagon, and you're not going to be able to make a living. Make money? Yeah. You can get $10 here, $10 there, $50 here, Yeah. But that's not a living.
Andrew actually made a very good point, finally. He said that what people are overlooking is exactly right, that Leo came to podcasting / internet broadcasting from a nationally syndicated radio talk show, been on for 20 years. Oh. He didn't just go get a headphone microphone and start doing internet work. This guy was a consummate professional who already had a following for many years in terrestrial media with wide exposure. And in fact, he still has his radio show and actually he does like we do. He originates his radio show from his internet broadcasting studio and simultaneously broadcasts it over the internet, as well as sending it to Premiere through I think an ISDN connection, and that's kind of the same here, Amnon. I mean, you had the terrestrial radio background for the show. You take it to the internet. You come in with some level of following. A lot of the people here now were regular listeners on the terrestrial radio part. If there had not been some overlap between the terrestrial show and the internet show, I don't know if these guys would know about you.
Yeah, but I don't consider myself a professional. I mean, even though I was on the radio for all this time, it was for fun. I wasn't getting paid for it. I wasn't paying for it. It was done in order to help other people that have no way to get any other help. And that's how we took it. It was just for fun. I never thought about it as, I'm going to make money, or in 20 years I'm going to start my... No. I don't know what Leo did. I mean, obviously, if you're syndicated, you're making money. And it's a business.
Well, he supposedly makes $350,000 a year from his radio show.
Well, nice.
Well, this is, though, where people get jacked up over something they shouldn't get jacked up over. $350,000 may sound like a lot of money, but if you got mouths to feed,
Yeah.
It can go away in a hurry, and there can be nothing left.
Yeah, it's just, I mean,
if your adult children have your bank credit cards and they're out charging on it right and left, and there's not enough money left, $350,000 becomes a whole lot less at the end of it. Andrew's saying, give me some examples of regular people who went into internet broadcasting and are making a living. And I will ask the question, Andrew, because I do not know the answer. But what about Brian Brushwood?
That's different. He's not. That's internet broadcasting isn't his main thing. He does his shows.
What are his shows? I don't know. Tell me.
His magic shows that he does with the fire breathing and stuff. I mean, he's not.
He's got a day job. You mean?
Yeah, he does the tours and stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't call him a specific. I wouldn't say internet broadcasting is his main source of income. I mean, he did the shows, he gained popularity from that, and now he does internet broadcasts.
What about Adam Carolla?
That was radio.
Wasn't he on radio?
I don't know. I've never heard him.
Me neither.
I mean, he's one of the leaders in the industry. He said he was a TV guy.
Andrew is saying Adam is a radio guy.
So he doesn't count.
TV guy. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people on radio and TV that are making good money. I mean, if let's say, what's his name? The ultra-conservative. I can't think now. Limbaugh. If he went and did his own show by himself off of a headset and a mic on the internet, he will be able to make money because he'll have people following him and companies that want to have advertising on his. Is that a way? Is that something that you can compare somebody who's doing a podcast to? I don't think so.
Well, Limbaugh, he has a podcast. You can pay to subscribe to his podcast.
I understand, but he did not start like that.
No, it goes back to what Andrew is saying, and that is find someone who has a successful internet business for podcasting, broadcasting, who did not transition there from radio or TV. And that's what we're trying to figure out. And so far, we haven't figured out one. It's not Brushwood. It's not Carolla. It's, Andrew has done it. Andrew has
that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
But
that's why Andrew was saying it's very rare.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a good question. I'll have to keep thinking about that because there probably is someone out there. I mean, there's Todd Cochran.
Doesn't he also do consulting stuff though?
Yeah, I mean, he's got his Blueberry and his raw voice stuff and all that. The question is, who knows if he makes any money with just his podcasts? I mean, he's got a GoDaddy as an advertiser, unless that's a PI deal. So, I mean, I don't know.
That's an affiliate deal. I don't think that's necessarily a sponsorship.
I mean, there are some people out there who are actually getting checks from some of these affiliate deals, quote unquote, but they don't talk about it because they don't want all their other podcasters worrying them to death to get direct buys out of it. And then there are others who say, brought to you by GoDaddy. And in fact, it's nothing but an affiliate deal.
Andrew, why are you on the chat and not here with us on video?
He's probably drunk.
It's 11 o'clock.
I know. It's kind of late for him.
He's shy.
Yeah, right.
Oh. Nick, are you at any position where you can change something on that blog?
Yes, I am.
Can you add to the header, to the title, it says right now it says Computers 2K now. Can you add -blog so you can make a difference? People can. I'm looking at it. I'm saying, what is that? All right. Okay, just so when it comes up, you can tell. Okay, yeah, that's the blog. Oh, now Andrew is coming on audio. Well, that's better than nothing, I guess. I meant for you to come on video, Andrew, because we have the spot open.
I don't have my makeup on, Amnon.
That's fine. That's okay.
And I don't have my my AT2005 too. I'm on the laptop.
You sound fine.
No, thank you. I've been sick all week. I was dying.
Why?
I had the worst flu ever. I had 105 fever on Tuesday night. I almost went to the hospital.
Tell me something. Did your fever stay consistent, or did it go up and down, up and down?
Up and down, up and down, up and down.
Well, maybe that's what my wife, my Kathy, had, because she was in bed all week.
It was the worst. I mean, I've never been this sick in my life.
And what about the people around you?
Nobody was sick.
See, I don't understand. I didn't get it either. Well, I'm glad you're back to normal. She's back to normal too.
Today's the first day that I could actually. I don't have like a sore throat. I'm still stuffy, but I'm feeling better. I think tomorrow I'll be 100%.
And you're weak?
Yeah, very weak.
Yeah.
Very weak. I can't put on my makeup. I can't go on camera. The whole thing.
Oh, Andrew.
But the discussion about making a living with this is very interesting because I get maybe 4 or 5 emails a week from people saying, "Hey, how do I make money doing a podcast?" And it's so simple that people don't like the answer. And the answer is you need a lot of people watching the show to make money. To make a living. You can make money. You can make a couple $100 here and there, but unless you have, a tremendous amount of people watching, which, not even tremendous, let's say 25,000 people downloading a show, it's going to be very difficult for you to make any kind of money with this.
Right. And the more difficult thing is to get all these people who want to download, who are willing to pay to download your podcast. It has to have something that is really riveting, something that people will really want to go. It's worth something. It's not just, talking about whatever.
I think it's this weird. I don't know. I mean, this is a hobby, and I started this as a hobby. I didn't start it as a career. It kind of turned into that because I guess it's a lot of it is luck, and half of that is hard work. But I think with a lot of people, they start doing this, and all of a sudden it's about the money. And I tell people this all the time: don't think about making money with this for at least 4 years, 5 years.
Right.
The money will come on its own. If you have viewers, the money will show up on its own.
And the other problem with this is if you're not having fun doing it, people are going to realize it and see it because you are there in front of them. You're talking to them. You're being seen by them. Maybe people can tell. And if you're not having fun, it's going to show.
Hello, Mike.
We can't hear you, Mike.
Hi.
That's better.
I think it's silly to talk about money with this early on, doing a right. Show. I know people. I mean, I got an email from somebody that said they started doing this 6 months ago and they're ready to make money doing this. And I looked at the show. And you know what? You can make money. Let's say you have a show on fishing gear. You could go to a lot of fishing shops and try to get them as an advertiser. Right. And you know what? You may be successful because it's such a niche. It's such a niche show where you could afford to have only 1,000 people listening and make maybe a couple $100 a week doing the show, having a sponsor, having a reel of the week. You have specific reels where you talk about. But when you're doing, I got an email from a guy. He does this generic, tech show. And the show's not bad. It's a pretty decent show, but nobody's watching it. Nobody's listening to it.
It's just like 100 others.
And there's nothing special. So he goes, I've emailed the big guys. Like I've emailed. I'm just going to throw out an advertising. I'm not saying this is what he said. I emailed Carbonite, and they're not advertising. And I emailed Audible, and they only want to do an affiliate program with me. But you don't have anything to offer them. There's no reason why they should advertise with you. I don't know. It's a funny thing. I mean, I think we have to forget about the money and do this because we enjoy it and it's our passion and we like doing a show. And it doesn't matter if we have 50 people or we have 50,000 people. Right. We should just continue doing it. And if the show is successful, it'll be successful on its own and you'll be able to make money.
what I've been
Absolutely.
thinking, Andrew, this guy, I mean, Chauncey was part of what was this startup back in the 90s that was too early?
IATA.
IATA. I mean, we're still kind of in that mode at this point, particularly with video, and that it's still early in the internet broadcasting community. It's still, what is it, like 10% of the people out there even listen to podcasts?
I would say even less.
I mean, that's low. And of all things, we're talking about terrestrial radio. Clear Channel and these big chains Cumulus are actually blazing the trails for us with their iHeartRadio and their own online presence.
But you know what else, Mike? But you look at a Cumulus, you look at a Citadel, you look at a Clear Channel, and these are companies that have the resources to invest in marketing and creating talent. And regardless if they're doing it right or wrong, it doesn't matter. They have the means to create talent. When a podcaster that has no background in traditional media goes and starts doing a podcast, they don't have that luxury of saying, okay, well, I have Clear Channel to put out billboards saying that I'm coming to your town. That's how you get your name out there. What can we do as nobodies to get our name out there? Facebook and Twitter. But we don't have the machine behind us. And I think that's what people don't understand. A lot of these companies, if an Adam Carolla is coming into podcasting, if a Joe Rogan is coming into podcasting, of course they're going to be successful because they've had the machine fueling their name for 10 years.
Right.
It's not the same. It's not the same comparison. And I mean, I could tell you maybe 3 people that I know that are podcasters that don't have any traditional background in media that have been able to make somewhat of a living at this. That's it. That's all I know.
Saying you do or do not know anyone?
No, I do. I know about 3 people.
Okay, 3 people.
And that's nothing.
I mean, out of the hundreds that I know, that's a very small percentage. Very small percentage. We're not at that level yet with this.
But here's the thing, though, that I've thought about, and that, I mean, I think even Nick was talking about this at one point, in that people say, oh, well, I want to create a music channel. I want to work out my licensing on the music so I can play it, because I know that if I play the right music stream, that people are going to flock to my internet channel. Ain't going to happen. There are, including the legal versus the illegal sources for music out there. I've been in the music business. I have been in the radio business. I can tell you that there is no magic rotation of particular songs that's going to cause people to line up to listen to your channel. It's not going to happen. Amnon, think back whenever Oldies 100.7 went on the air. Mm-hmm. Wow, it was the talk of the town among us old people. This was great. Finally, our music. 3 months later,
True.
You cannot sustain that impression. If it has to be with content. Even you would have, I think at one point before they died, they increased their playlist from 300 records to 2,000 or something. And, wow, this is great. Listen to this variety. You can really hear it now. 3 months later, that's just the nature of the music business. That's the way it works. It has to be constantly changed to keep people excited. And even then, where the internet broadcasting market has an opportunity, and the podcasting market, to the extent that they are the same, where the real opportunity there, in my opinion, is for talk content, whether it's about fishing reels, whether it's about religion, whether it's whatever the topic may be. There are a lot of smart people out there who have a lot to say and can make a contribution to society by taking what they know and putting it down into a repeatable medium. I think, like Bruce is doing with Morning Manna. I mean, these will outlive him, and you and me too. I mean, these are these little broadcasts that he does and podcasts that he puts out there with his perspective on the spiritual issues, things of that nature. That's him giving back. I mean, I have no idea if he's made any money on it or tried to or wants to or would even accept any, but he's doing it as a labor of love, and what he's doing is taking some of himself and giving it to others, which is a fabulous thing to do. That also applies to people who would do the same thing as lawyers, give out legal advice, not advice, but legal information that's helpful to people who have legal problems and may not be able to afford to buy help or may not know when to call in the reinforcements. There are how to repair cars, how to do home improvement, Rick doing his home improvement show. These things are all very helpful. And once they obtain an audience, then they're likely to be able to keep that audience. But my point is, and what I'm getting to is, terrestrial radio or commercial conventional broadcasting for most radio stations now involves one Dell rack-mounted PC in a rack with 25 other computers. That's the radio station. The ability to create this content that is going out over the radio is now in our hands. We can do that if we learn how to do it, learn how to create the content, use good quality delivery. Don't use a webcam mic across the room and wonder why people aren't listening to you, even though your topic is good. I do believe that Leo Laporte could do a show on a Mac with a webcam mic and people would listen to it.
Sure.
But I don't believe it would be as popular as he is doing it professionally.
And it's probably won't last either.
It just gets really old.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, this is another example. I was just going through my emails. I was trying to find it so I don't misread this email, but somebody sent me an email and they said, I don't want to do affiliate programs because they don't work. I don't make a dime from affiliate programs. I want these companies to advertise with my show and just give me the money. And, I thought to myself, I didn't reply yet because I didn't want to be rude, but if you're not making a dime with the affiliate program with the company, what makes you think they're going to be satisfied if they hand you $2,000 and say, here you go, now advertise me, and they see no return from it?
Exactly right. I am aware of a syndicated radio show back in the 80s that was so successful, they would not take regular advertising. They only did affiliate advertising because they made more money. The show delivered sales. And what you're saying is exactly right. If your show cannot deliver affiliate sales at some level, you're not going to work for this advertiser as a conventional advertising medium. Now, having said that, I will tell you that, how do I say this? It is very difficult for an advertiser to source the results. Very, very difficult to do. We, in the radio business, our arch rival competitor was the newspaper. People could hold it in their hands. They could see it. They knew it was there. They didn't have to listen for it. And they had this misconception that everyone in town read the newspaper when we were in a town of a community of 14,000, and there were like 3,000 subscriptions to the newspaper. Well, mathematically, that says that not everyone listens to the news or reads the newspaper each week. And then the newspaper said, oh, yes, 3 people read each copy of the paper, or 2.5 people. It's just made up. You can't source that stuff. And it really boils down to, and I did this in the radio business. A guy said, I don't believe your radio station will work. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a week's worth of advertising and I'll trust you to report it accurately. If it works, you keep advertising with us. If it doesn't work, it was worth a shot. About half the time they'd take me up on it, and I don't think we ever lost one. I mean, we knew that the radio station could deliver results. That same standard has to be applied to Internet broadcasting.
I think it's the opposite with Internet broadcasting. I think people don't think that they'll have results and they just want the quick money, but that's a totally wrong way of doing it. You're talking about affiliates. We have a domain advertiser on the network that we do an ad every couple months for them. And I've begged them to put me on an affiliate program, and they don't want to because we would make more money being an affiliate than what they give us. I mean, if you're able to sell the product, they're going to buy it. If you have an audience, you need a significant audience to sell the product to, and they're going to buy it. If you don't have a significant audience and it's a broad ad, guess what? You're not going to see results.
Right. So if the numbers, and I don't know what they are or whether they have even been computed yet, but if 0.1% of your listeners respond to your advertisers. Let's assume that turns out to be an industry standard number. It's very, very low. For direct mail, for years, the number was 2%. If someone did a direct mail marketing campaign and got a 2% response rate, they were ecstatic. That was they just calculated it such that they could make money at that level. Now, having said that, in internet broadcasting, if 0.1% of your listeners or viewers are going to respond to your advertisers, how the heck are you going to do anybody any good if you only have 100 viewers?
Exactly.
They're not going to pay you $10,000 to go out and sell 2 products.
But I think that's the thing where you need, and I don't know, and I'll probably get crap for this, but you need at least 50,000 to 100,000 downloads, unique downloads a month, to be able to make a living with a podcast.
And that's a lot.
And I'm being, well, it's not a lot. If you look at the ones that are actually really successful, they're getting in the millions. Adam Carolla is getting 1 million unique downloads a month.
Okay, but take the top 0.1% out of this equation, though, Andrew,
Right.
and throw away the bottom 1%. I mean, to get the real numbers in the middle, you don't. Anybody who compares himself or herself to Adam Carolla or to Leo Laporte, I mean, they're fooling themselves. That's a completely different league. I mean, that's like me. I use the example. That's like me going over here and picking up my guitar and comparing myself with a guy
King.
you probably never heard of, Paul Jackson Jr., who was the original guitarist on American Idol. The guy is just absolutely, unequivocally fabulous in technique and style and accuracy, everything. Just because I've got a guitar with his name on it doesn't make me Paul Jackson Jr. So comparing my playing to his is just a joke. I mean, it's not even in the same hemisphere. And it's the same way with the Adam Carollas and the Leo Laportes. But that doesn't mean that there's not a happy middle in there somewhere. And I hope, I'm thinking, and I'm hoping that it's just early. But I go back to my little diatribe on I don't like people getting enthusiastic, excited, and happy and then getting their tail feathers taken out by someone who senses that sense of enthusiasm and decides to cash in on it.
There's also another side to it. If today what I'm doing with all that internet broadcasting suddenly, took off and I started making a living, I don't think I would dare quit everything else that I'm doing, because as fast as it came on, it'll go away.
But there's a bigger consideration than that, Amnon. You're doing what you're doing with Delta Force because that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
You love it. And if you weren't making a living doing it, you'd be doing it for free for somebody.
Yeah.
There's no reason to ever quit it.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to make a point that even if your podcast has 1 million downloads for 3 months and you're making money and all that, it will crash just as fast as it came up the minute somebody else comes. Because the thing here is, when you talk about a radio station, Mike, you are limited to your local area.
I don't necessarily agree with you on that, because if you have 1 million people watching you or listening to your podcast,
right,
they're watching and listening because of you. They're not really watching or listening because you're the only one offering this. I think there's enough room in internet broadcasting and podcasting to have, Amnon does his show and he has 1 million people listening a week. I come along and I do a pretty good show. I don't think I'll take away people from you. I could tap into your audience and benefit off of your audience, but I don't think it's one or the other. I don't think it's like switching the dial with radio. That doesn't exist. And I think a lot of people still think that way with this, where say, well, Amnon is doing Computers 2K now, and I'm going to do Computers 2K never, and it's going to be a very similar show. And
I like that.
Because it'll be a very similar show, but I don't think people are going to say, oh, well, Andrew, I like Andrew's show. I don't like Amnon's show anymore.
I think that there will be people who are going to say it, because your your taste and your style may fit them better. And if you have 500 of these shows, and at this point you couldn't have 500 radio stations in your area, but you can have 500 podcasts that you're listening to from around the world, and you're going to find one that is really, really, this is what I've been looking for. Forget about all the others. This is where I'm going. And another person will find a different one and say about it. And before you know it, now that the word is out and everybody's saying, wow, look, Andrew is making money. Amnon is making money. Hey, I'm going to make money too. So you have more and more people doing it. And some of them will be successful. And it just, I mean, I agree with you. They're not all there. I don't think anybody comes to watch here or view here because of the way we look or for, it's for the content.
Absolutely, but let's consider how much of your audience and my audience have a crossover. I would say a healthy percentage of it.
Absolutely.
I would say a very healthy percentage of our audience as a crossover. I mean, I'm looking at the names in the chat room and I recognize them in my chat room. Yeah, that's a small percentage. These are the people that are active in the internet community, and these are people that are active in the chat room. But I don't think, unless you create that me against you or you against him mentality with your broadcast, I don't think that exists anymore. A perfect example is there are many shows that could coexist in the same realm, and I think we have created that because we're friendly with each other, we talk to each other, we're all friends here. But if I went on the air and I said, you know what, that Mike Phillips, he's something else, don't listen to his show, then we're creating a separation.
Right.
And my viewers might not watch Mike, and Mike's viewers might not watch me.
But there's another way why people will stop watching. Hold on, I just want to acknowledge that Steve is with us.
I say hello, chaps.
Well, there you go.
There's one way. I mean, right now, if I'm going to say, okay, you want to hear what we have to say? You want to read the chat? You're going to have to pay $5 a month. What do you think will happen? People are going to go and say, but Andrew lets me see it for nothing, and I can go and participate for nothing. Forget about you, Amnon. There may be a few that would want to do it, but the majority would say, forget it, I'm going to go somewhere else. So here again is a situation that's one is going to take away from the other because of the mentality of the viewer now, not because of the content, the quality, or anything else. It's just another cog in that machine.
You know, and I'll tell you another issue that exists in podcasting and internet broadcasting. In the stand-up comedy world, there are two kinds of comedians. There's one that does comedy for the show, and there's another group of comedians that do comedy for the comedian. Mm-hmm. And the ones, you know which ones do very well? The ones that do it for the people in the show, not the comedians. I think with internet broadcasting, the same problem exists, where people are doing shows and their reaction to things is not based on what the audience wants. They're reactionary to other broadcasters and other podcasters. And I think that's a totally backwards way of creating content and building your audience, because I see it all the time. I see people creating shows and responding with segments and responding with advertisers or whatever they're doing, or upgrades that they're doing in their studio, just to respond to other broadcasters. And I think healthy competition is great. I think we have a great community here, and I think we have a great community at the IIB, but we're seeing this go to a whole different level where I'm adding this type of show, and then 3 months later, you're adding the same exact show. Do you think you're responding because your audience is going to like it, or are you responding because someone else came up with a good idea and you're trying to kind of piggyback off of it?
Well, the people are responding because, Andrew, you're successful in creating it. So
no, I'm not saying me. I'm just giving an example. Nobody's copying me. Let me put that out there.
But that's what I'm saying. If you an exception to the rule, a successful internet broadcaster creates a show about dogs, I think, wow, I can tap into that same audience that Andrew's using because he's a successful internet broadcaster, and then I do the same thing, and that's like where issues become. because then you've
Yeah,
got,
it seems like it's become more for each other. We're doing, and I'm generalizing here, but it seems like many people are doing shows for, oh, Mike Phillips. Oh, Mike Phillips, are you going to watch my show? Nick, are you going to watch my show? Amnon, are you going to watch my show? And you're doing it for the small group of people that you're connected with, rather than the mass audience that are enjoying your content.
yeah.
Well,
But then also, if you look into that, the people that are listening and the people that are participating are also part of the show. It's the content, and they're helping you to produce the content, which makes it more interesting for others that come across and find you.
No, I think that's great too. I think if there's participation, but I'm talking about more of the almost like keeping up with the Joneses. You're doing it because someone else did it.
Well, there's always going to be, no matter who you are, you can always go out and find something that somebody else is doing. Think, oh, that's a good idea. That's a good way of doing that. I can interpret that or change it slightly so it fits in with the kind of thing we're doing. But everything is, if you like, a copy or uses the idea of something else. That's how we've progressed to move out of living in caves.
Amnon, by the way, I just need to do a little plug. Next Sunday at 9 o'clock, we're starting Computers 2K Never with Mamnon, Ike, and Mick.
I'll be there.
never happened. Computing never.
All right, that's a lawsuit.
The logo, actually, it's your exact logo with a big X on it.
So the K is going to be an X instead.
The K is going to be an X.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we have to get back to the core of this and just have fun doing it rather than thinking about the money and thinking about the upgrades and who has what and who's doing what with their broadcast.
I'd have to agree with you. The experience I got from when I was with TalkShoe is so many people think, oh, I can come in, I can do this, and I can make money. That's entirely the wrong reason. And it's the same for, if you think about musicians as well. The idea and the passion, the wanting to do it because you can do it and you can get out there and touch people, not literally, but, you can affect other people's lives because of the content you're producing. And you're doing it because you enjoy doing it. You're not doing it because you want to be a millionaire. You're not doing it because you want to be number one. You're doing it because you want to connect with people, and that's what it's all about. As soon as you start bringing money into it or thinking that, oh, I could make a little bit of money, even if it's not a lot, like I want to make a living, but I want to make a little bit of money doing this, you're starting to lose it already. Do it because you enjoy it. The money will come if the money is there. If you're still enjoying it and you're carrying on and you're doing it and you're doing stuff that people want to listen to and want to interact with, then, money will come to you, whether you like it or you don't. But don't look for it, because invariably that's where it starts going down the wrong hill. And you're thinking bottom line at the end of the day, and that's, detrimental.
And
absolutely.
And you're enjoying it less and less at that point because you are not meeting your objective of making money. You're not making it, and it's getting worse and worse.
Well, look at as a prime example with me in TalkShoe. I was on TalkShoe. I did like a support call, helping people to connect, and just generally troubleshooting, that kind of thing. Just off my own back, and I was doing it for days in the week, hours at a time. And I did it, just connecting with people, having a chat. I made loads of friends over there. They then asked me to go on the support team. And, yeah, fine, I did. And I enjoyed it initially. But then it was just like, well, I'm not really having fun at this anymore. So I just packed it in completely because it just sort of burnt me out.
Turned into work.
It just turned into work, and I just wasn't enjoying it anymore. And I just thought, I'm fed up doing this. I'm not doing it. So I just stopped entirely. So it basically went from a hobby and something that I really enjoyed doing and actively pursued it, literally for hours and hours a day, to being, I'm fed up with this, I'm not doing it anymore.
Andrew, I just had a thought.
Yes, sir.
I believe, and I just had the thought, I haven't really given it much consideration. I believe in the market today in 2013 that it's probably easier to make money as a blogger than it is as a podcaster or as a broadcaster, because with a blog post, if you can get regular readers to your blog, you can put affiliates and click ads and things on there that are easier to make money on than it would be to get an advertiser in your podcast.
Well, but you're right, Mike, and look at how we market our podcast, right? It's all about, if you go to any of these, become a podcaster in 30 days seminars that a lot of people are putting together. It's all about SEO. It's all about SEO, and it's all about the right terminology that you use on your site, and it's all about metadata. And what are we talking about there? Are we talking about how to create captivating content, or are we talking about how to create a blog? We're talking about a blog. It's easier to bring eyeballs to a blog than it is to a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're absolutely right.
And the answer to that is that if you're podcasting, you should have a blog, and if you have a blog, you should be podcasting. One of the interesting things about the radio business was, we sold against the newspaper all the time. And what we ultimately found out was that if an advertiser purchased an ad in the newspaper and then read an ad on the radio saying, be sure to look in today's newspaper for our ad, it was better than radio or newspaper alone. The two working together gave a better result than doing just one or the other. Now, in reality, because newspaper advertising is so expensive now, that same advertising budget on the radio, even though the radio would be a little less effective by not having the physical association in the print ad, you would get more exposure on the radio, so you would actually make more money using all the money on the radio. But the reality was, if someone was committed to newspaper and was iffy on the radio, if they would buy a radio ad telling people, look in today's newspaper, they got excellent response to their newspaper ad, and it actually made sense.
I think another thing that people could do is start looking at local ads rather than the national ads.
Okay, I thought about that too. In fact, I don't remember who we had this discussion with. I think it was Richard.
Yes, it
Nick,
was.
You may have been on the call.
Yeah,
and
I remember this.
Who was asked? Somebody was asked, because Richard does Naked Ape Productions, nakedapeprod.com. It's not a porn site yet. It's Naked Ape Productions. He does a really interesting show on comic books, which I have no interest in. But if I did, I would be fascinated by his shows. So if you're interested in comic books, one of his shows is there. He has several other shows too. But someone was asking him, it may have been Sean, was asking Richard, how are you making money by selling advertising to local advertisers when I'm out here in California? I'm not going to drive up to Canada to do business with your advertiser. And his answer was perfect, and it was actually the connection that I hadn't thought about. And that is that if you want to go out with a worldwide internet broadcast or podcast, if you want to get a local advertiser, make sure you go see the ones who have the ability to sell on the internet. And that is, even though they may be local businesses with whom you can walk in and have a face-to-face meeting, they have to be able to box and ship or sell or whatever to the internet for you to be able to be an effective advertising medium for them. Oh. And what business now doesn't have an internet presence? Maybe an auto repair shop doesn't.
I think it's more than an internet presence, because I can own a comic book store and have an internet presence. But the issue is some of these advertisers. I mean, I've been looking at some local video game companies because I do a video game podcast, and the issue with them is they do have a web presence, but they don't sell worldwide. They only sell locally. So what do you do in that case then? Because I believe the comic book store that Richard has, I don't think they ship stuff out. They have a web presence, but I don't believe that they actually ship.
See, here's something that I was fortunate with. When I started doing this, I started with a very local name and a very local following, and I expanded from there. So for me to get a local ad, it's pretty easy because I've kind of my branding is localized. We're the guys from Queens. We're pretty. That's our name. Now we've expanded. Obviously, we have national ads, but we still make local ads. We still get a lot of them. So I think you kind of have to place yourself in the middle somewhere. What are the most successful radio shows? A lot of, you think syndication is successful, but how did they start? They started local.
Keep in mind also that what is it, the soccer things that Tom does?
Yeah.
Isn't it the play-by-play? Tom Sinclair does the soccer thing. That's totally local. No one anywhere outside, except maybe someone who traveled or a grandparent or something, is going to have any interest. So that's a perfect opportunity right there to sell local advertising, because it's going to have a higher than casual concentration of local listeners for that show. I know that I'm originally from Laurinburg. It's a fact. And a year or two ago, my high school team from there, Scotland High School, was competing for the the state championship, or I don't know. I'm not a sports person, but the radio station down there that we used to own was carrying the show. They are a daytime only radio station, which means they wind down at sundown. And the football games are played at night, so they were actually streaming the ball game. They were doing the play-by-play and streaming it over the internet after they went off the air. And they had so many people listening to that stream that they trashed the bandwidth on the provider. They did not have enough bandwidth to meet the demand. I was able to log in, so I created a second stream and streamed it on Mixlr, which was pretty unlimited, which got them through. And then they were, for the following games, they were able to increase their bandwidth with their provider. But that shows that you can market to a local segment of the community if you have the right content and if they know you're there. They have the radio station to tell people to tune us in. They had the game, the excitement and the motivation for people to tune it in. It was the primary source, and they burned it down. They did a good job.
To kind of go back to what we said about niche programming, how many people do you think watched that football game? 200? Right? Let's say 200 people?
Yeah.
Oh, it was audio only.
Okay, so let's say 200 people listened to it. That's a very small number. I mean, we're talking about 50,000 to 100,000 downloads. Now, this show's getting 200 listeners for a football game. How do they capitalize? How can they make money? Very easily. They'll probably do better than what we could do with 50,000.
Absolutely.
Tony's ice cream shop puts an ad on there saying, okay, you know what? After the game, you come in, it's a free scoop of ice cream.
Right.
For the first 100 people that come in, or for the first 50 people. That place is going to be flooded after the game.
Yep.
That is grassroots local advertising. And you know what? You can make a killing with that. A killing.
That's the way radio stations operate. That's their existence.
Our biggest advertiser, and it's not a traditional type of advertiser, but if we're talking about money-wise and how much money they spend on us, it's a local place. I'm not going to say it on this place because it's a family-friendly show, but they invest tens of thousands of dollars into the show.
Right.
And they're a local company. It's not a national, ad. So you could get creative. I mean, that's the thing. You could get creative, but you can't. You got to have a very niche product to get creative like that.
But getting back to the bigger picture, and this is something that I've preached about, and I don't charge for my consulting. No one has ever paid me for anything that I've shared with them. Don't ask for money. Don't want the money.
Mike, the DVDs, the Mike Phillips DVDs.
That ain't gonna happen. But the big problem that a lot of people have, and Andrew understands this, and he and I have talked about it extensively, and I know he understands it, but people don't understand advertising. The way you can tell, and I don't mean just internet, I'm talking about across the board. People who go out and pay these shuckers and jivers to teach them how to create a podcast when all the information is available for free, they don't understand advertising. You're making a living podcasting. They do not understand advertising. And what the issue is that you have to deliver results. And there is an aspect of advertising that a lot of people trade on, probably disingenuously. And what it is this. It's called the aging process. And that is that if you open Andrew's Ice Cream Shop in a local community, if you don't put a sign out there, you don't put a sign on the building, you don't run any advertising, you don't tell anyone you're there, you're going to go out of business in 24 hours?
Nobody's going to know.
If people don't know about you, there's no way they can do business with you. You will starve to death. That's why you put a sign out there. That's why you do advertising. So there is an aspect of advertising that is called the aging process, and that is that And I think you see this a lot, for example, in, say, Super Bowl advertising. You'll see a funny ad in the Super Bowl for a product, for Coca-Cola. Coke is not intending at that moment in time for you to get up, go to the store, buy a six-pack of Coke, and come back and finish watching the Super Bowl. They don't plan that at all. What they're trying to do is to continue to make impressions, to plant their brand in your brain such that when you go to the store and you say, wow, we need to get some drinks here, Coke, first thing pops in your mind. That's what they want you to do. That's the branding, the aging process. That's important. It's like whenever you go to a website or a podcaster and it has an advertiser at GoDaddy.com. Well, they're not saying, okay, right now I'm going to go register a domain name just because I like this podcast and GoDaddy is advertising with them. It's that they want to put this commercial impression in your brain. They want to brand it there such that they burn it into your brain such that when you get ready to buy a domain name, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? Well, is it GoDaddy? Is it Hover? I just said Hover. I wonder how many people who are listening right now have never even heard of Hover who have heard of GoDaddy. I would argue that at least some people may have never heard of it. The point is that it's worthwhile for some advertisers to spend money to make their brand familiar to you without expecting an immediate and direct response. But a lot of people rely on that to sell advertising because it's not traceable. They know they only have 26 people downloading their podcast a month, but they're not going to say that because they know it would cost them advertisers. I think that's disingenuous.
Yeah,
it is. The only way that I found about Hover is through GFQ.
See?
Yep.
It worked.
Same here.
Hey, guys, I have to go. It's an emergency. It's almost noon, and I haven't had a drink yet.
Yeah, right.
I have to go take my shower and go to the bar.
All right. Take
All right,
care, brush
Andrew.
your
All right,
hair.
guys. Take care. Brush your
Take
hair.
care.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
See you, Andrew.
See you, Steve. I don't like you, Nick.
Thank you.
So, Nick, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Someone said to me this week, don't remember whom, that no one, this blanket statement, obviously there are exceptions, but, quote, no one in high school listens to music on the radio anymore.
Yes.
Explain.
So I'm talking for this is I'm not speaking out of a study that I read or something that I read. I'm talking from being in high school and having real friends in high school that don't listen to the radio. And the reason that people do not listen to the radio is because of the ads. I mean, you listen to a top 40 station.
You mean commercials?
Yes, I'm sorry, commercials. They play 3 songs and then maybe 6 or 7 commercials. And why would I sit and listen to 4 or 5 minutes of commercials when I can throw on Pandora and listen to 8 songs and then listen to a 45-second ad and then listen to 8 more songs? And I truthfully believe that's the reason that people in high school and younger don't listen to radio now.
Interesting. That's
There's
very interesting.
A point that I could bring up with what Andrew was saying as well. If you think about it, if it's targeted at local, then that's great. If you can do local advertising, brilliant, because it brings advertisers to you because they know that you've got a local audience, and they know that when they're listening, they've got the stuff that's around them locally. But it also has an ulterior effect, especially when it's a national radio station or it's online. Anybody from anywhere else that isn't local isn't going to want to sit there and listen to 3 local ads that has nothing to do with them whatsoever, and they couldn't get to it or take advantage of those offers. It's just going to be, oh, blimey, local adverts again. They'll turn off. So it's good in one aspect, but if it's an international or a wider audience, it's bad because people will think, oh, I'm fed up listening to blooming local ads, and they'll go elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Steve.
This is one of the reasons I don't bother listening to the radio, certainly local radio, because local radio to me, we have got a local Taunton BBC radio, but it's rubbish. The presenters are terrible. If you listen to the more professional one, if you like, which is Bristol, which is the local closest city, great. They're a lot more professional. It's a lot more polished, and the content and the presentation is much better. But it's not local advertising, so you might get better presentation and make it more interesting in that respect. But it's a BBC, so they don't have adverts, so it was a bad example. But on an advertised funded station, you just think, well, I'm not listening to that. You got even the news and stuff like that isn't that local to you, so it interferes with your enjoyment of the programs that are on it. And it's very difficult then to think, well, I enjoyed that part of it, but you're constantly jumping around like you do on TV. You're constantly jumping around as soon as the adverts come on to see what else is on. So you're constantly bouncing around, and it's very difficult to find somewhere that has got exactly what you want all the time. You're never going to find that.
Funny you talking about ads that have nothing to do with local. I get calls every now and then, and it said, I'm looking for internet service, and I see that Comcast has great prices in the area. And I said, we don't have Comcast in our area. And he said, well, I just saw it on TV, on local station.
Yeah.
And when you watch cable, or if you watch Dish or whatever, they have advertisers from all over. And you don't know whether this is local or not. And it can be really frustrating to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's like with product placement and things like that in television shows and even on movies. It's becoming more and more prevalent now where large manufacturers will pay a fortune to get their tablet device or whatever in shot in whatever screen. But that's all well and good for the countries where perhaps they're manufactured or where those products are then available. But what about the countries where they aren't? Like, say, for instance, Brazil, or they may not be available in Europe. All it's doing is breeding a lot of animosity and blooming frustration to people. Fine, you're showing a brand new product, but it's not available to us.
I want to give a shout to Carrie in the chat. Carrie is our local psychic, medium, clairvoyant, and she does the show tonight. And I was going to tell Andrew, I guess we need to ask Carrie what does she see in our future as broadcasters. That would be interesting.
Well, if you ask the question, you better be ready for the answer.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Maybe next week. Let's see what else. I want to go through some of these things.
I had one follow-up question with Nick. Nick, how are people listening? Are they listening on their phones? And I ask that because when I get into the car, I reach up and turn on the radio if I want to listen to something. Usually I leave it turned off. But when high schoolers, when they leave school for the day on the way home, they're probably 98% of the time listening to music. Are they listening through their phones? Are they listening to the radio? You say no music on the radio. I mean, how are they listening to music when they get in their car to drive home?
Phones, mostly. I would say probably only phones.
Through headphones or through speakers or through plug into the car or what? I
guess it depends on the person. I mean, me personally, I listen to the radio in the car, but I'm an exception. I would assume probably mostly headphones, but I can't guarantee that.
And what about those jurisdictions where it's illegal to wear headphones? I mean,
what? I don't know what you mean by that.
There's some states where it's illegal to wear headphones when you're driving.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think it's 1 year in, but you got to
depends on the state.
My friends mostly aren't driving to school. I mean, you
Were
can't.
They walking 10 miles in the snow. I mean, how do they get to school?
A bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to outlaw wearing headphones when you're walking. So that there was a girl that got run over by a tow truck here in Raleigh and got killed. and it was because she had earbuds and she didn't see. I mean, she didn't hear or something. I don't know what it was, but they did not charge the driver. It had something to do with the earbuds.
It's quite scary if you think about it. The hearing is your best all-round sense you could possibly have. You know, seeing, you can only see what's in front of you and perhaps a little bit of peripheral vision. Hearing, you can hear from all around. It's the most obvious sense to keep open and free.
Yes, but that flies in the face of audio is not important.
Well, it is if you're going to get hit by a snow truck, that's for sure.
Well, you know, there was recently there was a discussion of these electric cars, the totally electric cars. They make no noise. There are instances of blind people stepping out in front of electric cars at crosswalks because they can't hear them coming. There is at least at some level, a move afoot to require an electric car to have a noise generator so people can hear it coming.
Yeah,
Speaker up front, they were going rum rum.
I saw this about a year ago, actually, and there was one comment that made me laugh. I think it's quite funny. I think it's some kind of like buzz sound that they want. And somebody said, "Oh, please let it be the Jetsons sound." Imagine hearing one of those coming down. You think, God, bloody hell, the Jetsons flying cars have got here.
Yeah, that would be very nice. But Steve, how about when you hear 100 of them at the same time down the street?
Yeah.
That can be very, very annoying.
Would be rather annoying, yeah.
So anyway, I've never used it, but I've heard people on the show talking about Evernote.
Yeah.
Change your password.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just signed into it for the first time last night in a while because I was doing some testing with it, and it required me to change my password.
Yeah, another online company has its security compromised. And they posted their blog that they are issuing a service-wide password reset because of suspicious activity on the network. They said an unknown intruder gained access to usernames, email addresses, and encrypted passwords. Even though the passwords were hashed and salted, they are doing the password reset as a precautionary measure. Nevertheless, it's a good reminder to keep a close eye on who you keep your data with in the cloud. Nothing is totally secure. And here's the important thing. It's always a compromise between security and convenience. Remember that. That whole article. It's not because they got compromised, but I like that last part. It's always a compromise between security and convenience. And did you hear? I mean, before we come to the end of the show, kind of, Western Digital is going to stop making 7200 RPM drives for laptops.
For laptops.
Yeah.
For laptops, 2.5-inch ones. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2.5. All right.
The end of 2013, they said they're no longer going to make 7200. They're going to go to 5400. And the reason why is because they're going to do the SSDs. So it's
a bit late to the game, though, aren't they?
Well, it makes sense. So if you have a 7200 and you're used to it and you don't want to go to an SSD, better buy one now. So you have something to replace it with that's just as fast.
Well, one of the reasons why I'm guessing, I don't know this, why they are discontinuing the 7200s, they have come up with a technology on these red drives for the 5400 RPM drives that they claim the same throughput on the slower platter rotation. I mean, it's counterintuitive, but apparently I'm guessing again that the bottleneck for the speed transfer was not the rotation of the platter, and they've eliminated one of the other bottlenecks that allows them to read and write the data to and from the drive at an equivalent speed with a slower platter spin. And the additional speed does generate extra heat, and that's probably a consideration for the laptops.
Yeah, the faster the drive, the more heat it generates. In traditional drive. Now, we were talking about Yahoo.
Yahoo!
Well, is telecommuting the new scapegoat for poor performance? Best Buy, in the midst of corporate restructuring, has canceled its flexible work program and expects corporate employees to put in traditional 40-hour work weeks at the retailer's headquarters. They used to be able to work whenever and wherever they wanted. The announcement comes on the heels of Yahoo CEO Marissa Mayer's decision to add telecommuting, which ignited a firestorm of criticism. It also follows news of Best Buy's plans to lay off 400 corporate workers as part of a plan to cut $725 million in costs and restructure the business. This could signal the beginning of a trend or be an indication that telecommuters need to actively justify their preference for working outside the office. So here's another company that's following in Yahoo's footsteps. Both companies are poor performers.
But you know what will happen is they'll make these changes. They'll see an improvement in productivity.
And they go back.
Ultimately, then, a year or 2 years down the road, they're going to try this new revolutionary thing called telecommuting. And wow, which so much more responsive.
Yeah.
Well, I think everybody's getting on the bandwagon of BYOD, isn't it? Bring your own device. They'll realise that that's going to be a complete and total failure, a bit like Windows 8. And then they'll go back to the way it was because it works.
Yeah, there is no way that I would allow, if I had a big company that has a bunch of employees, what do they need to bring their own device? Bring it in, take it out. Bring it in, take it out. I mean, I don't know what they're taking out.
I think it's opening yourself to an awful lot of problems. I mean, people would bring stuff in and take stuff away on USB drives, and look at the problems that caused with viruses and malware and botnets and goodness knows what else. Imagine what bringing your own device and connecting into the network's going to do. Massively more storage space and goodness knows what hiding away on your own operating system. It's got its virus. It doesn't necessarily have to be a USB drive anymore. It's a device with its own operating system. Have at it, everybody.
No.
Scary.
So we're going to have to talk offline and see how we're going to utilize that blog as far as putting information in there about the show. Huh?
Blog.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I heard last week you were talking about, with Nick, I think, about a blog or something like that.
You should see a link on the left to the blog.
Okay.
And I know that, Nick, you did enter Steve, right?
No.
Yes.
I sent him an email.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
You probably deleted it.
Title. I think the title of it was just by WordPress, so it might have went to spam.
Yeah, it may have done. I do seem to remember seeing something about WordPress, but I didn't see who it was from because I don't do blogs and things.
Even
Could
if
you send it again, please?
I don't need to send it again. If you just go to the website, it's computers2know.com/blog, and you just go there. You can click the register button, and it's equivalent to the same thing.
Okay.
And if you go to the login, isn't that... Yeah, lost your password, but you have to know what your username is, too.
Yeah, well, I didn't actually create anybody accounts. I just sent them an email telling them about it.
Yeah, telling them to go and log in. Oh, so I don't have a login. I need to register.
No. Yeah, no, I didn't create logins.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't clear.
Okay.
Nick, you'll appreciate this. I've been having this testing we've done for a Skype replacement when we were doing the testing with Jitsi.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a response from the lead developer about the questions we were talking about, audio bandwidth, sampling rate, things like that.
Okay.
So I don't know how much further along we are, but as a result of my inquiry, he's going to change audio bandwidth to sampling rate for the next build, and the whatever it was below that bit rate, average bit rate, is actually the speed with which it communicates. That being said, then Jitsi should not be governed in terms of bandwidth if we can find a server that does not throttle the bit rate. And he has given me the name of a server that he says I know for certain that they do not, so you might want to try it there too. But he also says the same thing is true for XMPP calls through Jitsi, JIT.SI. What is an XMPP call?
I have no clue.
You know, Steve?
I don't know.
I've heard it before.
The way to find out is to go and put...
What was it? XXMP?
XMPP. Now, I know that when you set up a SIP client, it will often set up two accounts. One is for the SIP and one is for XMPP. I mean, it's obviously just another protocol, but I don't know how that affects us in the real world.
From looking at this Wikipedia thing, XMPP, it's the messaging protocol.
That's what I thought. I thought it was the chat part of it.
It is. It's the messaging and presence. So that controls your online and offline status and the messages that you send. That's what that protocol is.
But then he says the same is true for XMPP calls through Jitsi, JIT.SI.
Maybe it's calls too. Just looking at the title of this, or the heading of this article.
It's Jabber Enhanced Protocols.
I mean, part of the problem with this whole SIP thing is there's so much of it out there. You have to be such a techie to get it to work that the average person loses interest in it.
That's the issue. I mean,
SIP is extremely good. I mean, that's what we used to use to connect into TalkShoe, and it was extremely good quality. But getting your head around it and actually connecting in, yeah, it is a problem. Once you've got it and you've got a SIP provider, there's all sorts of stuff you can do. You know, numbers coming in, numbers going out. It could be a good alternative to Skype, but everybody has Skype. That is the problem. And getting everyone to switch across to SIP with their own service providers is a pain in the neck. Yes, but you know, if you're going to do it and stick with it as if you like, to a degree, a business concern or something that you're going to do regularly, then I think it will be worth it.
But I think the issue is like Mike was saying, it's so hard. Here's the thing. For Skype, if I don't know anything about, how to use the computer, whatever thing or anything else, Skype's on my computer. It tells me, hey, create an account. Put in your email, your password, and a security question. Then I have an account. With SIP, Mike, it took me and you a while to figure out, how to authenticate your name, and then there was two different usernames that you had to use. One was set for only passwords, one was set with a different password. And it's not easy for normal people to use, so you can't say to a friend, hey, set up a SIP account. You're gonna have to troubleshoot every single person that you have to have set up an account.
There actually is a workaround for that I learned that if you go to Blink, and for the first time, for a first-time user, when you go to Blink, it will say add a SIP account. If you tell it to add a SIP account through Blink, it will automatically configure everything. If you have an existing account and tell it to add an existing account,
it's a little more
have to be careful to have all of that background stuff.
Yeah, I fell into that.
We both did.
But, Mike, you can go to xmpp.org.
Okay.
And it says this specification defines as an XMPP protocol extension for initiating and managing peer-to-peer media session between two XMPP entities in a way that is interoperable with existing Internet standards. The protocol provides a pluggable model that enables the core session management semantics compatible with SIP to be used for a wide variety of application types, e.g., voice chat. So it's not chat, it's voice chat, video chat, file transfer, and with a wide variety of transport methods, TCP, UDP, ICE, application-specific transports. So it's talking about voice chat.
Yeah, well, that's all that SIP is.
Yeah.
Is voice chat.
Yeah, but it's not for the
generally
it's
would
not the
be
messaging.
text.
When you guys were saying messaging, that means type chat, typing. This is voice chat, so that means it's for voice.
That's interesting that you say that.
It's right on xmpp.org, and
Yeah.
it's under extension XEP-0166.
Randulo or Randy is extremely conversant with, calling across the internet and things. Asterisk is the one that a lot of professionals use. As I say, SIP is another one that you've got to get your head around. You remember Jorvik from TalkShoe used to come in a lot and sit and have a chat with us. He has got his own sort of SIP server and little mini ISP. I can't think what you call it now, but he set it up and he got really involved with what SIP was capable of some time back now. He used to be a British Telecom network sort of design engineer. He would sort of design the networks and configure them and get them all set up and stuff. So he knows his stuff to do with telecommunications and networking. And he opened my eyes and my mind to a lot of it back along. And it is incredible what you can do, but a lot of it's like straight over my head. But he knows his stuff. Say again?
It's free.
Yeah, SIP is exactly that. It's free. If you go with a provider, you can get a free account for basic stuff. But if you want a paid account to have, like an incoming phone number or an outgoing phone number, that kind of thing, or in fact to be able to make calls from SIP to worldwide, it's I think $9.99 a month or something like that. But have a word with Mike. Have you got his Skype contact?
I don't think I do.
Okay, I'll see if I can get hold of him, and then I haven't spoken to him for ages actually. I'll probably say, "Who the hell are you? Get lost."
He'll remember you.
Well, he'll remember me, but yeah, okay. Anyway, I'll see if I can get hold of him, and I'll forward on your email to him if that's okay, because I'm sure he'll between the two of you, you'll be able to work something out. Well, you know what our audio quality was like through TalkShoe, even though it was only sort of fairly basic at the end of the day. The audio going into it was pretty good.
Right.
And
I had,
if you can do that, great.
Yeah, I've had an exchange on some of these things with several people. I spent a lot of time yesterday working on this. And I mentioned at some point that I might want to get my own asterisk server. And one of the gurus replied, "No, you don't want asterisk, you want something." And now I can't find the email. So I'll have to find it.
Look, and you're deleted.
Asterisk is one of the top end ones, and the ones that most sort of high end audio geeky type people, let's say Randy included. I'm trying to think what there is. There is another one as a competitor, and I can't remember what the hell it's called.
It was something like SIRR or something like that. I'll find it. I know I have it here.
Why would you want that, Mike?
Because it allows you to control your own wideband bandwidth. You got these telephone guys who listen to this G722 codec and say, "Wow, that's wonderful. Listen to that broadband capability," and it sounds terrible.
Yeah. That's with SIP generally. I think it's, I can't remember what it is now. 711 codec, I think it is, or something like that.
That's 8K, isn't it?
Sorry,
isn't 711 8K?
Yeah, it's very, very low.
I think it's higher, but yeah, it's still not anything great.
I've been out of it for so long now. Yeah, but certainly a lot of these SIP clients, you can enable a wideband codec. You still have to, G711A, I think it was one of them. A or U. I mean, there's one that it has to be there because that's the industry standard. And it's always, if you like, the fallback codec. But if you enable all the wideband ones and this I think it's G711A and U. And if I remember right, it's the U that you've got to, I'll have to check into it to make absolutely sure. But yeah, enabling the wideband will give you much, much better audio throughput because it's wideband, obviously.
But listen to what we're talking about. We're talking about stuff that the average person is going to say, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that is the problem. For the people that are, hosting the call and coming in and contributing regularly, great. And if there's some way of then, as always, isn't it, if you can link that particular service that is popular and people do know how to use with this service which isn't, but you handle all of that part of it, great. So get them to ring in. But if they're ringing into a SIP server that is then a phone bridge, they're not going to be concerned about that because it's ringing a phone. But all you need to do is connect those two technologies and protocols together, the technical end, so that the person's not really concerned about it.
See, and that's the kind of the issue that me and Mike have been having is, we found this TeamSpeak server thing, and the audio quality is great, and it would be great for screening because of the availability to have multiple rooms in it. But the issue is how do you get a regular phone line into like, for example, like a VoIP service like TeamSpeak, which doesn't have any option to dial out or dial in.
Right. Well, it's like. I'll refer back to TalkShoe. I'm sorry to keep doing this because obviously I got or had quite a lot of experience with that.
We like TalkShoe.
They have, well, I still like them. It's just, never mind. Anyway, with TalkShoe, they've got their direct dial number, which does eliminate all of the rubbish to do with enter this PIN and enter this call ID and press 1 and press pound and all the rest of the rubbish. You just dial a standard telephone number and you're straight in. Fine, it's a monthly ongoing cost, but if you want to have people coming in without any hassle because they're not technically minded and they've got no idea what the hell a SIP protocol or a VoIP is, they just want to dial a phone number, don't have to press any buttons. You dial a phone number and all you hear is you're now joining the call. That's it.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. It has to be as simple for the numpty that has no idea what a computer does. Is not interested in computers at all, but can pick up a phone and dial a number and they're straight into the call without having to push any buttons.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about simplicity.
Yeah, if the simpler you make it, the easier it is, and you're also breaking down the walls and the barriers of people thinking, "Oh, that sounds like it's too complicated. Oh, I can't be bothered. That's I'm not getting involved with that." Make it a phone number, and they just come straight in. You can't make it any simpler than that, and that is worth paying sort of, I don't know, $10 a month for.
Maybe.
Oh, if you're paying Skype for an incoming number and you're paying for this particular thing to make it simpler, if you can try and encompass, look at the main thing that is stopping people from interacting, stopping people from connecting and participating in what you're doing. Look at that one aspect, and if there's something that you can do to make it simple and increase the levels of people connecting in, eventually the numbers are going to work out that it does become cost effective.
Yeah, it could. Absolutely.
But yeah, there's so many different ways of interacting and connecting in audio-wise. It's just, well, like Mike and I've said loads of times, if only we could figure out a way of picking out the good bits of all the other sites and services and stuff that's around, put it all together in one and have a killer service that is simple to use, you'd take off like a rocket.
Yeah. Now, you say it would take off like a rocket, but the only issue with that is something like that's got the amazing audio quality and the option to do call screening and the incoming and outgoing number. How many people are realistically going to use that? And I think that's the issue why we haven't seen one of these services take off yet.
Well, it's because nobody's picked out the best from everything else that's out there. Because every service has got a unique thing that people look at and think, "Oh, that's a brilliant idea." And, "Oh, I wish it had that on there." And, "Oh, they haven't got this service, but they've got that." that is the big problem. It's having somebody that's knowledgeable that interacts with a lot of these other services to pick the best out of it. Throw some money at getting whatever that service is specifically built, and then just get the word out there to podcasters and broadcasters like ourselves, and I'm sure it will take off, and it will encourage, because of the simplicity of it and the facilities and features it's got, which is what everyone wants that's doing this kind of thing. It can't do anything else but succeed. Sorry about the noise in the background.
You hear noise?
No, I've got noise in the background. Sounds like I've got the SWAT teams moving in on me. Perhaps I said too much. I mute the mic. There was loads of emergency vehicles flying by. Luckily, they're flying by and not calling on me.
I can't get Rick's computer to play audio through his internal speakers on Windows 8.
Does he have internal? Is it a laptop?
It is, and he has his headphones plugged in. I'm looking at the speakers and headphones device. It is set as the default, but the audio from the website is not getting to that sound card. That's interesting because I just did a test on the stereo audio channels. The speakers did play, but our audio is not playing back through the website. So what I'm going to do is to close Firefox. Probably just blew a sign in, but what the heck. And it's still here, and if I go into, this is bizarre.
You could have started another browser.
I can do all sorts of things. So I got audio coming back. The system is working. Next, finish. That's complete. And if I go to here, I'll tell you what, that's what I'm going to do, just out of curiosity, is... You can go ahead. I'm busy.
I want to see if I can. Are you logged in? Is he still logged in?
I logged out without doing a /quit, so I don't know that he's going to be able to get back in with that name. But
I'll do a kick. Well,
yeah,
you need to try it and see. Because I could not, actually this week when I was working on the pop-out, I got to a point where there was no way for me to actually get me to log in again.
I believe that there's a way to do it with... okay, so are you talking about, so when you click that pop-out chat, it automatically closes the chat on the website?
No.
That's not what you're trying to do?
No.
Oh, okay.
It used to be that if you log... Did anybody today in the chat have to log in again?
I
refreshed once and it didn't make me re-log in.
Yeah, I think it's there's something working okay right now that is not in the default. In order to get the pop-out to work right, the chat, whenever you start it, starts a session number.
Okay.
And that is why I couldn't get in the beginning, Mike. I couldn't get the data from the normal chat to the pop out because when I went to the pop out, it started another session. So after reading and talking with Ron and all that, found out information that says, okay, instead of telling it to generate its own session, you tell it a file name. Don't tell it to generate its own. So it keeps the same session. At that point, I wanted to be able to. I did the quit. I did everything I could. There was no way for me to log in again. I had to go and actually remove stuff manually. So I don't think we have that problem anymore of people having to log in again. But I want to hear from somebody if they had to do. I even did the /quit, and the minute I refreshed, I was right back in there because of the cookie.
On the chat in the Live Now page, you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I've refreshed a couple of times, and it's kept me logged in because of the cookie.
Same here.
I think even if you close the browser and open it again and go there, it'll still remember you because you still have the cookie.
Correct.
Yeah, unless you've got your browser set to remove cookies when you close the browser, like I have.
Yeah, right.
In which case, you have to log in again with a different name.
I wish there was, now here, and maybe it's there. I want to delete cookies when I close, but I don't want to remove all of them.
Then click the block that says just remove the ones I want to remove.
Is there such a thing? That's what I'm asking.
No. I mean, on the browser that you're using, there might be a plugin for Firefox that will do it, but it's definitely not anything built in.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be something that you'd have to tell every user.
Right, I understand. Yeah. I mean, something that you can go in and say, just like the privacy and whatever, you can say, yeah, let this site, but don't let this site and things like that. It would be nice if it was something there and it says, always keep cookies from this, and this, and I'll look into that, yeah. Because every time, that's the other thing I had to do. I had to remove all the cookies in order to log in again, and then I realized there were some sites there that I had to log into again. So is it working for him now?
Yeah.
After doing what?
Well, the problem was that he plugged in his AT2005,
right?
Which the computer said, okay, new sound card. It switched over to the AT2005.
Right.
He wasn't hearing audio from the speaker. He unplugged his headphones from the speaker jack on the laptop and plugged them into the microphone he could hear as predicted. The problem is that when I went into his computer and switched the audio output back over to his internal computer sound card, it wouldn't stick because he didn't have his headphones plugged in. It was technically disabled. These sources in Windows 7 and Windows 8, you can't select them if there's not anything connected to it, apparently.
Makes sense, yeah.
Right. Then, so after he plugged it back into the computer, then Firefox was not picking up the sound card change. So just to save time, I closed Firefox, opened IE, and when we started it up, he had audio. So, I mean, it's all logical in retrospect.
And I think I actually also found out while I was doing these back and forth when I was working on it that when I do a quit, right away I disappeared from the list. But then when I refreshed, I was back in there.
Well, here's the opening for the show Rick did yesterday. Keep in mind that, I mean, granted, I'm coming to you over Skype and so forth, but listen to the quality of this. This is Rick from his home over TeamSpeak. Yeah, let me see here. Get this going.
So he did have to come in as Rick Allen 1.
I did that because when I forgot to do the /quit before I logged out.
It doesn't matter. I thought it would leave there, so it didn't work.
No, when I refreshed on Firefox and logged back in, it was still logged in as Rick Allen. When I quit Firefox without doing /quit and opened IE, it wouldn't let him back in. That was my fault.
Yeah.
That wasn't a valid test, in other words.
Yeah. So if he goes back to... So which one is it? But he's operating as Rick Allen 1 now.
Yes.
So I can remove Rick Allen. I just want to see if it'll disappear.
Yes. Anyway, here's the open from the show yesterday. I think this is very interesting.
Good Saturday morning to you, and welcome into Rick's house. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. We're trying to get your blood pumping this morning, get you started in the right direction, and we are excited about being on 106.3 The Zone, ESPN Radio. Welcome into Rick's house. Good Saturday morning to you. Mike, good morning to you over in North Carolina. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very, very well, thank you, sir, and good morning to you.
And we've got Jeff working for us very diligently up at 106.3 The Zone, ESPN Radio. Partly cloudy, 32 degrees. there in Knoxville this morning.
And if you heard my voice was recorded locally. His voice was over TeamSpeak, and I would suggest you really couldn't hear much difference between the two.
Nope, not enough.
That was very good.
So
In fact, I
think
could
it's
even go
very
as far
useful.
as saying it was awesome.
Awesome. I don't know if it's a total replacement for it yet. TeamSpeak is using the new Opus codec, and from what we can calculate, it's about 64K mono, somewhere in that range.
Wow.
Again, it would be wonderful if we could get rid of that limitation. Now that I'm corresponding with the guy who writes Jitsi, we might be able to persuade him to do that if necessary. We may even be there now anyway, depending on how this stuff works out. And I sure as heck cannot find that dad blasted message from the guy where he said don't use the asterisk server. I just don't remember where it was.
Yeah, if you can get a couple of two or three of the developers together to get things working as they inevitably should be behind the scenes, so that they all interact and link with each other without any hassles and jumping through hoops, will be one huge step closer to making it so much more simple and enjoyable, as opposed to frustrating and head-banging.
No, the problem is finding developers who don't think that a G722 codec is wideband. That's the challenge. And it turns out that TeamSpeak at this point, I don't know if you agree, Nick, but based on the research that we have done, it seems to me that TeamSpeak is the most aggressive at this point with regard to audio. They are the first SIP provider, and as far as I know, it operates on SIP principles as well. But they are the first one that has provided actually stereo audio.
Yes, I would. From what we've seen so far, I would say yes, they are the only one.
Now that interests me immensely, because up to now, the vast majority of it, if not all of it, has been mono. If you can go in, if they're starting to look at stereo now, then in respect of, if ever the music industry does pull their finger out, in respect of actually having music, even if it is at a reasonably low bit rate, but having music and then in stereo, with the ability to be able to broadcast that kind of thing, and then mixing that with other content like we're currently doing, I think that really will make it jump forward quite quickly.
Steve, I don't know if you're familiar with TeamSpeak. The link is just teamspeak.com. If you want to play with it, if you want to download it, Nick has a server set up, and it is the latest version that allows stereo communications. If you want to play with it, you can hit Nick up, or at some point, today's going to be busy for me, but hit us up and connect to it, and you can, one of us will play stereo into it, and you can listen to it and see what it sounds like. And I mean, that's true for anybody listening if you want to hit us up privately and want to play with some of this stuff. We are spending way too much time working on it.
I have got experience with TeamSpeak. Back in 2004 or 5 maybe, we installed a TeamSpeak server for use on our site, and it was very good. Back then it was TeamSpeak or Ventrilo was the alternative that we also tried. It didn't come to anything, but we'd certainly give it a darn good go for our community, and it was very, very good. And I know TeamSpeak at the time, there was an awful lot of people that used it in relation to online gaming, and whilst they were gaming, it was very popular for that.
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thanks for having me.
All right, Nick.
I will talk to you guys next week.
Have a good one.
You too.
Have a great week,
Bye.
Nick.
Take care.
See you later.
Hey, Eric.
Ooh. I found the email.
What was it?
The server that you want to use for wideband audio is not asterisk. It is SER. And it's at iptel.org. And I have not been to that site yet. It's iptel.org. So at some point, I'm going to con Nick into probably setting that up and trying it. Nick is our resident whiz kid.
Sickening to think he's so young as well, isn't it? It's taken me all these years to get to the little bit of knowledge that I have got. And you've got Nick, who's what? I don't know, 15, 16?
He's 16 now.
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, his consultant, though, is Sean. Sean is the one teaching him everything.
Oh, right. Well, it's like the
See,
old
I can
saying
say
goes,
that now
isn't it?
I can say that now that he's not on the call because he's probably throwing something at his computer monitor right now.
And Sean is how old?
15.
Oh, wow.
But see, Sean lives near Leo Laporte, so he's getting vibes off of the environment.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, he's probably psychic stuff coming across without him even realizing it.
Yes. It's in the water.
You know, that's what the average person says, isn't it? If you want to know anything about computers now, either ask your grandson or ask your child.
Yep.
Yeah, I was really. I hate to admit this, but it was really funny because there's a group on Facebook from my hometown where the actual undertaker down there has the undertaker's son, who is big Laurenburg boy, created a site, and I mean just has a tremendous number of historical pictures. I mean, the local store that we used to go to get drinks when I was a kid, things like it's just a wonderful time. And there was one of the ladies who is in the group. She's always been a very attractive lady. She's always looked a little young for her age. And I mean, she was never a friend of mine. I knew of her. I think she's probably a couple of years younger than I am. Well, anyway, somewhere in there was a picture of her holding a baby, and I said, "Wow, that let me calculate this just a second. That doesn't seem quite right." And sure enough, it was her grandbaby. But as young as she looks, I mean, you'd say, did she have a child late in life? But because she's aged quite well, as they say. And but yeah, boy, time really flies when you're having fun, I guess.
Always is.
Yeah.
TeamSpeak, good morning. Yeah, it's Eric, Hilo, Nick.
Crickets.
Well, if we have run out of topics, then we can wind it up.
Yeah,
we need to
wind it down.
Some wedding invitations. I've been commissioned to do the wedding invitations for my daughter. I'm not sure how that happened, but it did.
Yeah, I need to go take a nap.
You just got up.
When you get old, you see.
Steve, do you guys change the time too?
Yeah, we put the clocks forward and backwards twice a year. Well, once a year for each.
Was it today?
No, I think we normally do ours 2 weeks before you for the summer one. Sorry, 2 weeks before you for the winter one, 2 weeks after you for the summer one. Something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
it wasn't today anyway.
Ours was today.
Okay. Yeah, I think we probably do it in 2 weeks' time then.
So it's 12:37
here. Eric Chilton
here.
is showing up now.
It's 4:37 here in the afternoon now. So it's
4
I
hours
don't know.
difference.
I wish they would just pick on the set time and whatever it is, and then stop messing around with the damn thing.
I agree. I hate it.
But then it keeps all the people that run around changing the public clocks in a job, doesn't it? Twice a year.
It does.
Oh yeah, I just looking at my I got the 2 clocks on the machine here. USA Eastern is only 4 hours at the moment. Cool.
So, Alan, are you saying that you guys do it in Canada as well? And you're saying the last Sunday in March is when you're going to be changing yours in Canada? I think that's what you're saying.
Probably the same for us then, because we're 10, 14. Yeah, it probably would be the same for us then, I imagine. Mm-hmm. It's weird that we do it 2 weeks ahead in the winter and then 2 weeks later for the spring.
I wish they'd get rid of it. I don't understand it. It makes no sense at all to me.
No, it's.
I see.
I think they did it originally for the farmers, for the milking the cows and things like that, so they had more daylight for the chores. But we have electric light now. In fact, we have LED lights and things now that run off of solar energy and all sorts of things. So we don't really need it anymore.
But what energy does it even purport?
Oh, shoosh.
I don't think it's the energy. I think it's the fact of light, isn't it?
Wait a sec. I screwed up. Let me see.
You've done it again,
let
didn't you?
me bring Mike back. Let me bring Mike back. Oh, okay. There's Mike. I clicked answer and said, I'm Eric. Eric, call again.
Yep.
He is, I think.
No, he's calling on 2K voice now. Eric, go ahead and call on Computers 2K now again.
Okay.
I'm not hitting the wrong button.
Yeah, I hit the answer instead of add to. This is what I like about the new one. The new one actually will not let you do that. So now we'll put
Somebody's
Mike here.
On a notebook or a laptop.
And Eric here.
Can you hear me?
We can.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you on your a built-in laptop, I think, unless you have got a mic
I'm not at the
plugged in.
You guys all once you do it on Sunday, and I'm rarely at my studio, so it's always the cheapy equipment.
Well, you need to go to Amazon.com and get for $36 an ATR 2100 USB microphone, which will allow you to have excellent quality video anywhere in the world, so long as you have it with you.
Audio.
Then you're exactly right.
Yeah, I'm sure you meant audio when you said video. Then
I did.
Yes.
You're supposed to go by what I mean, not what I say.
Exactly, and because we know you so well, we knew exactly what you meant.
Yes, but if you knew how distracted I have been for the past 3 days, you would excuse my slip of the tongue there.
Well, we would always do that anyway, Mike, because you're such a nice and helpful person.
I am. I just impress myself sometimes.
Some days you just think, why do I get out of bed? I'm so good.
Well, that's another story. It's a family show.
Yeah, we don't want.
Did you say $36?
$36.
What
For
the
what?
hell are they doing? I mean, it was $50 and we thought it was a good deal. Now it's $36. They'll be giving it away
Which
with a
one is
packet of
36?
cornflakes soon.
Which one is 36, Mike?
ATR 2100.
Wow.
That is really a good price. I might
Do they
even
have
buy
one in
myself
stock?
one.
They actually have, if you go to Amazon.com
Interesting.
and type in ATR 2100, and if it'll ever bring it up,
Oh, there it is.
$35.50.
Wow.
Just for a laugh, I'm going to type it into the Amazon.co.uk.
They probably
I know
still
what the
don't
answer
have
is
it.
going to be there.
Now, this is interesting. It's listed as the #1 best seller in vocal dynamic microphones.
Yeah, because of the price.
Wow.
Because of me.
Yeah, and because
Yeah, you should be getting commissions on this.
Ah,
I'll put
they're
a
not
link
making
in the
any
chat.
money.
I know why, but anyway, just for everybody's. Oh, come on, let's find the right link. This is what's available from the UK Amazon store. It's probably a huge, great link, but anyway, that'll take you to the page for the only one that is available in the UK via Amazon. Have a look at the price.
Wow, that's what, $100?
Yeah, it's probably because it's being shipped from America, I would imagine. That
It
is
says
just
dispatched
ridiculous.
from and sold by Langton.
Oh yeah, right info, but they're obviously importing them.
you know what I like about that ad in Amazon? 52 new ones from $35.50. And they also have 9 used ones starting at $38.49.
Oh dear.
Well, it is without a doubt, in my mind at least, the best value for a dynamic microphone that you can get. Whenever Rick does his show, that's what he's using. It's what I'm using right now. It's what Steve is using. That's what Nick is using. I mean,
I use it
you-
too. Not here.
Yeah,
Is it XLR and USB, Mike, or is it just USB?
Yeah,
both.
Both.
So perfect.
And you've
That's-
also got an earphone socket on the back, so you can listen with no latency loss, or no loss of, and there's volume control on it as well. So how
And
on
it
earth
has-
did they fit all that in it?
And if you didn't have a sound card, you can stick it in there. It has a sound card built in too.
Steve, the one complaint I get on it is that the sound card is not loud enough for the return audio. Have you had that?
It isn't. It's I'm right up close to it now, and the volume is up full, and you can barely hear the audio coming back at you. You can just about hear it, but it's not enough for monitoring.
All right, now here's my question, and this is what I was going to test. Are you plugged into the microphone now or to your computer?
No, it's plugged into USB on the mic.
Okay. I mean, so your earphones are plugged into the mic.
Yes.
All right. Can you go into the Windows settings on your computer and increase the playback level and cause it to give you enough volume through the microphone earphone jack?
No, it's both on a maximum at the moment,
Okay.
and it just won't do it. And looking at the, I'm monitoring the sound in the recording screen on Windows 7, so you can bring up your recording screen, and I'm monitoring that. And at the moment, I'm about 2 inches away from the mic, and it's the peak is about 2 bars.
All right,
On
but
the
that's on
recording level.
transmit.
That's
though.
on transmit.
So
I'm
that's the recording level. But obviously, if it's very low, you're not getting a high level coming into your ear, because that's basically just going straight through, isn't it?
Right, but what I'm saying is that can you go through the Windows settings such that my voice coming back to you through the earphones is loud enough?
Well, it is. Yeah, it's on a maximum of 100 at the moment.
Wait,
That's,
okay, Steve. I think you're getting confused with the question. Can you hear us loud enough?
Yes.
Okay, that was the
You're
question.
coming through absolutely fine on, say, 100%.
Okay.
But if I take my volume of the microphone that I'm supposed to be monitoring on a percentage, I would say it's about 20.
Right.
20, maybe 30, which is
Okay,
it's just not enough.
No, but you sound okay.
Yeah, well, his
That's
volume's
because-
fine. It may even be a little hot.
Yeah.
I
but
think
that's
that's
fine.
because
Hey.
you're adjusting it at your end.
No, I'm not.
Or
No, I'm
something's happening.
No,
If-
I'm not.
Normally, when you set something to record and you monitor it on the recording level screen, and the little bars are going up and down, generally you would be perhaps 3 from the top, maybe peaking at 2 from the top, to keep it relatively fine without distortion and stuff. Well, this is basically 2 lines from the bottom. It's just not enough. And if I record what your levels are, so the rest of the people in the call and mine on a separate channel, mine's about a quarter of what everybody else's is. And it's post-production. You have to ramp it up and normalize it in order to get it the same as everybody else's, which, is very annoying. And yet if you go through the mixer, obviously, you can do that individually, and you blast through and you can monitor yourself at the right level. But I don't know why there isn't some kind of adjustment that you can actually, make it a bit more of a peak.
I actually have to lower your level in order to get it in line with everybody else.
That's probably because I know I can just about hear myself. Because I'm used to hearing my own voice at the level it should be. Because it sounds quieter in my ear, I'm probably thinking, I need to speak up a bit. So sorry, I'll back off a bit.
Mike, you should see my my new audio setup. You would probably crack up because I did it with 2 mixers, and it gets confusing. But because I put Skype for my guests on a separate PC, and you know how all that goes. So I bring my microphone, all my main PC audio, and the second PC audio into my big mixer. And then I have just my microphone in the main PC and no Skype going back to the Skype guest so he doesn't get the mix and hear himself, like a mix minus thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just funny when you see those 2 mixers. Because the reason I had to do 2 is because my big mixer does not have an aux send. And
Which one is that?
well, I've got now you ask. The Behringer, I have two Behringers, so they're not the greatest in the world, but they work for me. The one Behringer is the real tiny one, the Xenix 802, I think.
I thought it did have an aux send on it. It doesn't?
No, well, and keep in mind this is the one, Steve, that you helped me set up in like 09.
Yeah, it's not USB, I don't think, is it?
It is USB.
Okay.
But I'm not using the USB section of it right now.
Right.
Not on that one. That's the little one. The big one is a Xenix 1202, I believe.
All right, the 802 does have an auxiliary send on it. It's called FX.
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's FX send, it's called on that one.
Right, so it does the same. What, the 802 does? Wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the thing is you've got aux send, mixed minuses, Mike calls it, or FX send. They're all basically the same thing.
Right, but I'm almost positive that this is old, though. Remember, it's like a 5-year-old.
I think the old ones had the same thing.
Did it really? All right, hold on, let me look.
Do you see a button on it marked FX? It's red on this picture.
Yeah, I know what they look like on the Behringers, but I mean, I don't have it in front of me because I'm not at my studio.
Mike,
so
Mike, your audio is going...
Sounds fine to me.
Audio's not important.
Okay, now it's back to normal.
Anyway,
yeah,
that's...
You've got your master sort of grey volume control at the bottom, then you've got all your adjustments above it. It's the red line that goes across, the red line of
I mean, I know what
rotaries.
you're talking about, but I've sworn that my small one... Now, the big one does have that, but I didn't...
Oh, so you're not in front of him now?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
No.
The 502 does not.
But I know what they look like because I'm so familiar with Behringer. I know the red FX line, but I couldn't find the FX out on the big monitor because that was my hope, was just to use that, mixer. My hope was just to use the big mixer and not have to use that little small one in conjunction.
Yeah, I suspect we can look at it, but I suspect that you can do that. I know you can for one Skype.
That's all I want to do is just to do that for the Skype. Now, let me tell you, I know we had this discussion before, and I know the video, you guys always tell me I'm not the video guys, but I'm still having trouble with that stupid... I cannot get the desktop display to come out of my laptop into that computer.
Did you see Joe DeMax's post?
No, in this chat room?
No, he was saying he poo-pooed this whole thing about laptops not being able to output clean HDMI. He said the one comment that I saw is that he said, do not assume that 59.97 equals 60, that they have to match exactly.
I did see that post. Now, here's my question. When I try I'm trying to figure out where I changed all these settings. So, for example, somebody was telling me, make sure your resolution matches on the Blackmagic card and the laptop. Okay, well, Blackmagic card has the interface that I can go into. I think it's from the control panel. I can't remember, but I know where the interface is. And I could not for the life of me figure out, do they mean just the display settings on my laptop?
Couldn't tell you.
Because I couldn't figure, otherwise I would have no clue how to change that. That's the only way I can think of.
Yeah.
When
Joe
you go
can
into
probably get you going.
When you go into the display settings on your laptop, you should see a minimum of 1 in 2.
Yes, I did all that. I changed that to duplicate displays,
Okay.
And it gave me a 1/2, right? So it's basically just saying that, your two displays are going to be the same.
But it does recognize what the second device is plugged in, yeah? And on the right connection.
Yep, I think it said, BM something or another, which is Blackmagic. And, but I think it's one of two things. I've narrowed it down by changing out HDMI cables, and God, you wouldn't believe how much stuff I bought an Avermedia card, the Blackmagic card, I was trying everything. And I'm not getting a signal on either one of the video cards, so I'm thinking it's probably, it's not getting to the card. Card's being recognized, but the video's not getting there. So, and I know you said, Mike, I do remember that post now. He was saying, forget that. You can totally, display your laptop display. And so I thought maybe it was the HDMI cable. And so that's the one thing I haven't checked. So I'm going to check that. And then I checked the VGA output on the laptop, and I even have a VGA to HDMI converter box. And I did that trying to see, and I still couldn't get a signal. So I think it's either the HDMI cable is bad, but it was a brand new one, but that can happen. or well, actually, that's the last thing I know to check.
Well, you need to get up with Joe because he lives, eats, and breathes that stuff.
You have tried the VGA direct to the monitor of the television, have you?
Yes.
And that has worked or not?
Yep. Took the VGA out to a separate monitor, and it works.
That's fine.
So
okay.
That's why I did the VGA out from the laptop to a converter to HDMI, because the Blackmagic box only takes HDMI.
And that worked?
Right.
It did not work.
Oh.
And
So he's saying that, go ahead.
I was going to say VidBlaster, Amnon, is it's seeing the cards, both the cards. So I know that's not the issue, but it's just black. I have no video signal at all.
Do you say you have an interface to get into the card and do things?
I have. Yes.
Can you see video through that interface? I mean, are you supposed to be able to?
You're supposed not in that particular interface. That's just settings, but they do have software that comes with it called, I can't remember what it's called.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not getting it directly into the card.
So the problem is that the card. Now you know that the signal is getting to the card, because.
Well, no, the signal is not getting to the card.
Wait. If you unplug it from the card,
okay,
and plug that wire that was plugged into the card to another monitor.
I have done that with the VGA, not with HDMI.
What about the box you got that's VGA to HDMI you were talking about?
I plugged into the box. I have not plugged the HDMI out of that converter box into something else. So I needed to do that. So I know there's a couple things I can still check, but it was frustrating the out of me, and it's been 2 weeks I've been working on this.
So
luckily,
how did you plug the VGA into the Blackmagic? Through the component thing?
VGA was going to the converter box to make it HDMI, and then that was going HDMI into the card.
Okay, I guess I'm lost. I thought you just said that you did not try to plug the HDMI out of the box to anything.
I did to the card, but not to another device to see.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So did you try to take the VGA out of the machine and make and to component instead of just the DB15 and plug into the Blackmagic through the other cable that the component cable,
the breakout cable?
Did you try that?
I have not tried that.
Okay, so you didn't try anything except just plug it in HDMI.
Direct from laptop to the card. I've tried HDMI through a converter from the VGA to the laptop.
Well, you need to first make sure that this box is working.
The converter box.
Yeah. I mean, and the simplest thing is plug it into a TV, like Steve said.
Right. Yeah, that's and I've got those two things left to try.
These are the only two things that you need to try. There's nothing else.
I've tried everything else you can think of. I just haven't plugged it directly into a TV. But now I have tried. I know the VGA from the laptop is providing a signal. I've tried that directly into a monitor.
Yeah, but that doesn't help anywhere because there's no way to talk to it.
So those are my last two things.
Of course,
most of my guests are older celebrities, and they know nothing about technology, and most of them don't even want to do a webcam. I usually do audio, but I want the ability to do it though.
I don't know, Mike. Is there anything like a VGA to component cable, like something that you would plug into a VGA and it will bring out the RCAs?
You need to go through a box first because...
which I have that.
Your VGA is an analog signal. It's like really ancient, isn't it? So it only deals with...
But the same thing with component.
Yeah, but with your component...
it's also analog.
It's like you could get a SCART to component. So your SCART plug is like that Euro 21 pin plug that, you don't know if you have that over there, in fact, because it's a Euro plug, they call it. Do you have like a 21 pin block connector that you have on the back of your televisions?
No.
That's, you're lucky you is all I can say then, because we've got that over in Europe. It's a nightmare.
All right, so Eric, you need to take this into your TV that has an HDMI, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to do that to make sure. Go ahead, Mike.
But
Sorry.
here's the thing, though. If that will only prove that the cable's working, right?
Right. Well,
but
that's
at least,
right.
you have to go to a certain place. Right now, you don't know what it is.
Right. And if some TVs, if the cable works, then all that proves is the cable is working, which would suggest to me that the TV can auto-negotiate the resolution, and there still could be a mismatch between the laptop and the Blackmagic card.
Yeah. And see, okay. So here's the other thing with VidBlaster, Amnon. I have my settings set at what Tom Sinclair uses because I thought his video on YouTube looked pretty good, and so I think that's an 860 whatever by 480 or whatever that setting is. Is that 864 by 480?
I would start with standard 640 by 480. Don't get fancy. I would start with 320 by 200.
And work your way up.
And just first get it to work. Then start going fancy.
Get it to work at the lowest common denominator, and then as you start to step up and improve it, you can then overcome any obstacles, because you will get obstacles the higher you try and go, but start off at the basic level and then jump up.
Because what I'm talking about with VidBlaster is what it records it at. So that I'm not sure that is correlating with what you guys are talking about, because I'm thinking that my point here was that I'm thinking with my laptop display settings, and I'm assuming that's what everybody's talking about when they say match your resolution. So when I look at the Blackmagic card settings, there's the real high ones, which I'm not messing with, the 1080s and all that. But there's a big drop down to 720, and that's it. And there's 720p and 720 something else. So I'm thinking to try those out and try to match that with my laptop display and see if that works too, once I rule out the cable issue.
What's the resolution on your laptop display at the moment?
Normally it's pretty high, but let me look. I'm on it right now. So
this may be the problem as well, you see, because some TVs, if you're plugging in through HDMI as well, won't do a high resolution. If it's not a 1080p capable TV and it's only 1080i, then you've got 720i, 720p. That was like the original, what they deemed as being HD ready sort of thing. Right. Then your 1080i still isn't true HD. What you want to do is set it to something like 1366 by 768. That's your basic minimum HD.
And that's what my laptop is set at.
That's fine then. You said it was high. I mean, to me, that's standard. So that isn't high. That should work with everything.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me back way off. And I've never done anything with the HDMI on a laptop. But forget about VidBlaster. If you connect that HDMI output to a TV, and all you have is your desktop, aren't you supposed to see the desktop?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay, wait. That's fine. So you do. So I would set the computer to 640 by 480.
Which it won't let me do.
What do you mean?
Now, if you're talking about the desktop display on my laptop, the lowest it'll go is 800 by 600.
Okay, make it 800 by 600.
Okay.
And see if you can get it to a TV through the HDMI. If it does, just plug that into the Blackmagic, set up the and see if it'll show anything. If it doesn't, then make sure that the Blackmagic is at 800 by 600 and see if you see anything. Forget about VidBlaster at this point.
Yeah, no, you're right.
First, you have to make sure that your tires are filled with air before you can drive. Forget about the radio.
You need to make sure your tires are round first.
Yeah, and that they're round. Exactly. That's better, actually.
We'll only do 720 by whatever, and then it jumps up to 1080. And it has a bunch of 720s and 1080s, and then there's some ones smaller than that. But there is no 800 by 600.
What are the smaller ones? What are the smaller ones?
I'd have to look because, again, I'm not in front of it. But
okay.
I think you'll find it's 1024. Sorry, not 1024. 1024 by 768 used to be like the higher end, but now is like the bare minimum. A lot of stuff won't go to 640 by 480, as Eric was saying there. It's 1024 by 768, sorry, 800 by 600 is the minimum, and then 1024 by 768. But for HD and for video content, that's, if you like, widescreen, it's 1360 by 768. That's the minimum, even if it's 720i. That's the minimum resolution. Otherwise, it comes out as a letterbox thing, and it's all scrunched down. You're trying to avoid all of that and just switch it to whatever the minimum input is.
Hey, Mike, who was the guy you said I need to hook up with? The guy that did that post?
Joe DeMax.
I'm gonna try it. Was that on IIB? I can't remember where.
I can't remember either. I'm spending too much time. Are you on Twitter?
Yes.
All right, go. You send it. He's Joe DeMax on Twitter. JoeDemax.
Just at Joe DeMax.
Yeah, at Joe DeMax, and he'll check it. He fell in love, so he disappeared. You don't see him around much anymore. But as he gets older and that moderates a little bit, he'll be back.
I'm gonna tweet him right now.
Of course, I forgot. He's still young, isn't he? That sort of thing happens when you're that age.
but I will assure you, he can, if he'll take the time, he can troubleshoot it for you better than anyone else I know, because he sits down and breaks things just to try to fix them again. He's also on Facebook. He made a post in the Internet Broadcasting group on Facebook about some ways of connecting up TriCasters and things. I didn't even follow it that closely because video is not important. But one of the guys commenting in there, Alex Gumpel, is actually the technical guy for Leo Laporte, and they're sitting there debating about how these things are hooked up.
All right, wow. I'm looking at on the net at the standards, and it says the SD format support, the standard SD standard definition is 625i in PAL and 525 NTSC. I don't know what I don't think I ever heard of such.
That's lines. 625 lines on the screen to make up the picture, and
okay,
the end, that's PAL.
It doesn't show any others.
No, that's how Solar R is PAL, which is European, if you like, in Hong Kong and various other things, and NTSC, which is, as quite often, and no offense, American people, you've got to do your own thing and do it different to what everyone else does. So you're 520, whatever it was.
But the numbers, like for the HD, it's 1080i, 720p, 1080p. Yeah. I mean, numbers that we're familiar with. I've never heard of about 525i.
Yeah,
but that's what it's
analog. That's the old analog days. So, but luckily, the world is moving towards digital as a uniform thing, as opposed to the old days of being PAL and NTSC.
I think the confusion is we never referred to it as 525i.
What is it?
It was just referred to as 525, even though it was I.
I don't. Did you ever refer to anything as 525?
Sure, that's what TV's been your whole life.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing is, you know it more as NTSC.
I don't know it. I don't know what it was. I mean, I'm thinking now a computer. If we have to match resolutions between the card and another machine, then we have to go with 525 because that's all the card will do. So that means you cannot do 640. You cannot do something else unless you go to the HDs, which will do the 720p and 720i and all that. That's what I'm trying to find out here.
This is getting a little esoteric, but I think what happens is to be able to display in the old days, whenever we wanted to use a TV monitor as a computer monitor, you would actually buy an NTSC converter where you would plug a VGA cable into the box and come out of it with a coaxial cable to go into your TV. As far as I know, that was an actual scan converter, so it might take 640 by 480 and convert it to 525 lines suitable for NTSC TV, and then modulate it on, say, channel 3 so you could watch it. So I wouldn't waste too much time thinking about that. That's history anyway.
Well, I mean, I'm looking here again. Supported HDMI format for the cards are 525 NTSC, 625 PAL, 720 HD, and 1080 HD switchable.
That's because you may be putting old media of that
this is
resolution
right. No,
into
this
it.
is Intensity. This is on the Blackmagic Design website on their Intensity Pro. Oh no, that's Intensity.
It's just saying that it's compatible with whatever has happened in history, prior to that. But it's everything is moving forward to a degree of standard now, 720 or 1080, or it's now going to be even more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I need to do, I honestly don't think it's a resolution matchup issue. I think it's a cable issue, but we'll see. And Mike, you mentioned that 59 versus 60. What was that?
5997 versus 60.
Frame rate?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know where it was. Joe doesn't post that much anymore.
Yeah, you've also got hertz, haven't you? The hertz frequency, which some
that's what
monitors
it is. 59.97 hertz versus 60 hertz.
Right.
Yeah.
That could be, because my refresh rate on my laptop is 60.
And he says it has to be 5997, as I recall.
And that's
or
what
vice the other.
And that's what they're talking here.
That may be it. Let me look at that. Let's see here.
They have to match. I don't think it matters which one it is, but I think those two have to exactly match.
That's interesting. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so my monitor settings on my laptop, this may be the problem. There is no other option. The screen refresh rate for my laptop is 60 hertz flat. That's all it says. I do a drop-down menu, and in the NVIDIA GeForce card that's built into the laptop, and there's no other choice.
I think it's 50 or 60 generally, isn't it?
I wish I could find that post. It may have been on IAIB.
Here, see, it says that the SD support format is 625 at 50 in PAL and 525i 59.94.
Oh, it was 9.4. I was thinking it was 9.7.
No, 5994 NTSC.
Interesting.
Huh. All right. That may be the problem here. I need to double check, make sure my card is set for 60. But I thought 60 was a standard, isn't it?
Well, it is. But again, the 5994 is left over from television from years gone by.
Right. I'm just wondering if Blackmagic, I would think the default would have been 60, but who knows?
Now, that's not no.
That's not resolution, that's frame rate.
That is not the hertz that the card is operating at. Yeah, the card is probably operating on 60 hertz. But what is the signal coming out? You can adjust whatever you want.
Well, but it won't let me. I just went in there, and 60 hertz is what it's set at, and there is no other option.
Oh.
And Joe also knows the Blackmagic card like the back of his hand.
That's probably where I need to get into the settings of that I didn't understand, because that was...
Yeah, it may be that the Blackmagic defaults to 5994 instead of 60 or vice versa. I don't know, but that's what he was saying, is that most people do not adjust the resolution correctly, and they complain that the HDCP is not compatible or doesn't have clean output or a whole bunch of other stuff I don't understand.
I'm going to write that down.
It's square pegs and round holes. If you've got a multitude of various different ones, one's a round one, then you've got to make sure it's going out as a round, but the input is going to be round and not a square. Okay. Otherwise, you've got to
adopt a standard to a happier place.
Isn't it nice to think that after all the years of computer use and all the manufacturers and everything, that we've all got together and there's just one basic standard that everybody adheres to? Isn't that nice?
Yeah,
really makes me smile.
That would be nice. Will never happen.
No job security in that.
Windows 8 is... Have you, any of you in the chat, or Mike or Amnon or even Eric, have you experienced UEFI yet? This unified...
No. Not
you haven't?
That I know of.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Why?
I have this week, and I don't have any hair in it. Well, very little hair anyway. And most of what was left has been pulled out and smashed against the wall several times. I've...
just say it so the rest of the people who are listening or reading will understand. That's the new BIOS.
Unified, I can't even what it's called now. Let me just do a quick search. Yeah, it's a new upgraded catch-all BIOS that stops malware being,
right.
Or supposedly stops malware getting into your system when it's booting. It's supposed to make it a lot more secure.
Rootkits, yeah.
Yeah. The nasty stuff that gets in before the operating system starts, it's supposed to stop all that. But what my experience this week, and I know a fair bit about computers, but I was getting to the point where I was so frustrated, I just wanted to throw it out the window. In fact, I had to restore to factory defaults 5 times this laptop because of various things I was trying to do that were commonly the way you would do it and how you would expect a system to work. Trying to get it to boot off of just a thumb drive or a CD with this UEFI is a complete and absolute nightmare. You physically have to go into Windows 8, jump through and tell it to restart, but you've got to do a certain key configuration in order to do this. So it's going to stop a lot of people from messing around unless they know their stuff. And you then can select that you want to boot into the BIOS setup mode. You then have to disable UEFI and switch it to legacy mode. But then you also have to go and reset a separate thing so that you can boot into legacy mode. It's like this. It's so involved, and there's so many different things you've got to physically change at the same time to just be able to boot off of a CD.
Yeah.
So if you've got a program that does backup, but it runs off of, say, a Linux-based CD, or anything, as a bootable USB drive, you can't just plug it in and restart the machine again. You can't just plug it in and boot off of a CD that you've always been able to. It won't let you do it anymore. And you've got to jump through at least 3 hoops and probably shut down at least 3 times before you can boot off of that CD. Complete nightmare.
I guess we'll find out once it becomes more.
I can't see it becoming more.
No, it will, because that's the way they're going.
The only way I can describe Windows 8 is it's a brilliant idea, but it's designed for a touch interface.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the Windows 8. The
UEFI.
UEFI is not a Windows 8. It's a hardware thing for the motherboards.
Yeah, it's been instigated by Windows, basically.
Right, yeah.
I mean, no one else is interested in it. The Linux development teams don't want to know.
Yeah, but the thing is that this Windows is the ruling operating system, and if manufacturers want to keep on selling their hardware, they're going to have to go with that.
But as I say, it shouldn't be forced upon you. If it's a hardware thing and it's for the betterment of the computing technology, whatever else, great. But, at least don't force us on it. We should be able to switch it off with a BIOS setting to say, no, revert back to standard BIOS, please, until I can, look into it and understand it.
But that's the way they're saving money. Wow. They don't put a BIOS chip.
Well, no, the BIOS is still there. You still got to go into BIOS. But you then set it to UEFI mode, or you can have it as legacy, in which case the BIOS is still exactly the same as it always was.
Oh, okay. So they do have it now.
Yeah, because we're still in the transition period. But when it is only UEFI, it's going to be a complete nightmare for a technical person's point of view to try and either fix somebody's system or make a change.
Yeah.
I'm going back and at the Andrew Zarian's comments early on, because it's interesting how we all talk about how we all kind of help each other out, and at least for now. Hold on, my little one. Okay, buddy, good job. Sorry, the 3-year-old is amidst. And one of the things I found recently was that guy. What is his name? I can't think of his name now, but it's Vaughn Live TV. Have you guys seen?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yes, Mark. Thank you. And so I chatted with him a little bit, and in the IIB forum, he had posted a link for his, to embed his channel. And I love his clean interface. It's just very simple and clean. And now if I can just get him to give me the chat thing, interface to go with all that, it works great on my, for my website. Although I don't get a lot of live watchers. I get more on Google Plus on that because I do it on a Hangout as well at the same time, and I get more on that than on the live on the website. But I wanted that capability, and it's free.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a free chat thing too.
Yeah.
But do you have people go to the Vaughn website?
Well, no, I mean, yes, they can
Okay.
chat.
Okay.
That, but you can do it. It's embeddable.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, right now, do you have a website or you tell them to go to Vaughn?
No, I'm not doing any chat on the live yet.
For the show, do you tell them to go to Vaughn or you tell them to go to your website?
Go to my website, which links them to.
Yeah, so you can just get and embed a chat thing.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. It's just his is built in and it looks nice. Like instead of having like a separate chat window that doesn't match anything else.
Well, what is hours? How do you look at hours?
Call yours back up. Well, with your, that looks fine.
Yeah, that's not. It's not part of Bamboozer.
Right. I know. I saw that PHP free chat. In fact, I went to that one day and downloaded, tried to figure it out.
Well, you can do this, or I mean, this you have to install on the server and all that. But if you go like to Chatango or some other ones, you can actually just set up, or to what's their name, the one we were just trying to look at, Geek Shed. You can set up an account and have an embed that you would put on your website, and it looks side by side, or wherever you want it.
Pretty good. That's what I need to do. I did that one. I think it was the one you just talked about, Geekshare. I did not like the look, but Chat Tango we use at my work, and I had forgotten that's a freebie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like Chatango at all.
I don't like
they
any
crash
of them.
and go away. Get an IRC client. Look at the way Richard does it on naked8prod.com. That's a good one. Andrew has it on all of his stuff.
Right.
A lot of people have those embeds. Stephen Haywood has it. By the way, Eric, the post that I was referring to from Joe was in IAIB in response to yours, and I'll read it for the others. You've read it already, but it says, I'm not sure what all this speak is of laptops disabling the ability to send to capture cards. It seems a little far-fetched. There are, of course, HDCP issues that come up, but these are few and far between from what I can see. Anyway, all I can say is make sure that the resolution, frame rate, scan format all match up. Also remember that in TSC land, there's 5994 and 60, which are totally incompatible. That .06 difference is the difference between sync, SYNC, or swim.
Yeah.
So anyway, what it sounds to me like is there are some settings that you're missing.
Yep.
And
So
Joe knows the
since
Black
he's
Magic
talking
card
about
well.
5994, you saying that you don't have that in the card, that doesn't make sense.
What I'm saying is the card, the simplest way to explain this is if that Black Magic card is set for 5994 and his computer is set for 60, it won't work.
Right, that's the problem, and I need to check that in the card because I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at that, so that's one thing to check.
You've already eliminated the fact that you can't change it as far as the output goes, but you haven't checked the input, so you probably find that it has got a adjustable input on that, in which case it's all going to work hunky-dory.
So he's trying to put an orange into an apple hole.
Yes.
They're both legitimate fruit, but they don't.
Or was that a Microsoft into an apple hole? Yes.
Or something.
If I wait about 10 years, he'll be able to do all of it for me from his cell phone. So,
Hello.
Probably about 5 years.
yeah, you're probably right. He can already open up he'll be 3 in about 3 weeks, and he takes the iPad, turns it on, unlocks it, goes to Angry Bird, and plays.
Yeah, but see, my daughter's cat can do that.
But she can't talk.
You sure? My son's dog does.
Really?
Almost.
It's going to be great growing up at an age like that with the technology the way it's flying forward. It's going to be brilliant to be able to see him growing up with that technology and then understanding it and being able to teach you as you get older.
You got that right.
As the kid goes,
explaining it.
As the kid goes, I don't understand that person.
What are you talking
What's that strange accent?
See, his accent, I can't even understand him like I can't understand you.
All right, I got to go, guys.
Yeah, we need to
but I'm
wind
gonna
it down. Yeah.
Thanks for the help, guys. I'll see you next time.
That was the Eric Chilton hour.
Yeah, let us know how it goes.
It always ends up that way, doesn't it, Amnon?
Yeah, it's
That's
fine.
what we're here for.
All right, see you
Good luck
later.
with it.
All right. All
Have
right,
a great
guys.
week,
Anybody
everybody.
want to say anything else?
Not me.
Okay. Well, Steve?
No, that's fine. Thanks for having me. Have a great week, everybody. Look after yourselves.
Thank you. All right, so good morning, everybody. Kathy, Hannah, Nabil, Mac, Norm, Katie, and Donna, thank you for tuning to Computers 2K Now. We hope you enjoyed and maybe learned something from our time together. Remember to practice safe computing, back up your hard drive, and update your virus scanner. We'll be back here next Sunday at 9, but you can always reach us at computers2know.com. And while you're at it, like us on Facebook by clicking the button in the lower left. Remember, tonight at 8 o'clock, it is Carrie's Psychic Cafe. You're going to love that. And tomorrow morning, Debbie and Health In at 11 o'clock. See y'all.
You are tuned to the Nissan Communications Network. Our weekly lineup of call-in programs includes Computers 2K Now with Amnon Nissan, Sundays 9 a.m. till noon. Carrie's Psychic Cafe with Carrie Silkowski, Sundays 8 till 9 p.m. Health In with Debbie Bruck, Mondays 11 a.m. till noon. Breaking Free with Marilyn Shannon, Mondays 8 till 9 p.m. One Chic Mama with Mary Michelle, Wednesdays 4 till 5 p.m. Reawaken Your Brilliance with Julie Seibert, Wednesdays 9 till 10 p.m. And if you tuned in too late, you can always watch each program in its entirety or download an MP3 audio file of it at www.nissancommunications.com. Sponsored by ThatVidBlasterGuy.com, CarolinaApparel.com, and DeltaForce.net.